What up, fam? Sorry about that. I was working out this morning, forgot what time. I didn't forget. I lost track of time. I just wanted to wash my face and brush my teeth real quick. I hope you guys got some sleep. I hope you guys are doing great. I'm doing great. I'm ready to fucking kill it. I didn't say the F word either. I said funkin' with an F or with an N. What will the direct what we got here? And by the way, Rajar, how the heck are you doing this morning? I hope you're doing good, buddy. What will the direction? I gotta move this chat of ISM PMI predictions. I'm not worried about ISM PMI unless you get a crazy surprise. Personally, we're gonna sit in this range. That's my personal opinion. All right, like I said on last night's live stream, guys, listen. The unemployment data is the most important thing we need to worry about, and we get employment data this week. Unless you get something crazy, right now I'm not worried about ISM manufacturing, or Jolt's openings and closes. I wouldn't worry about Jolt's too much either. It will be a point that economists will be looking at, but. Where are we at, y'all? Where are we at here? If you guys could, hit that like button. If you don't know, my name is Justin. Thank you guys for joining me. Welcome to my home. This is my home. If we could, hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. I would love to give you some help or answer any questions that you guys have. Okay, so it's not until 10. I thought so. Honestly, like I said, man, we're still, like, I'm sure you know this, but anything above is expansion. Anything below 50 is contraction, right? 50 and above, expansion. And 50 and below is contraction. We got some good, I have some levels already ready for us. A couple nice setups out there that I'm looking at. I think we're going to sit in this range. This is my opinion. I think this is where I'm looking to bounce, guys, right here. This is where I'm looking to see if we get our bounce. But it looks like we're testing it right now, right? Right there. I want to see if we hold this area and try to get our bounce. What happened last time? We bounced. What do we do here? We bounced, right? So I was looking for this area. Like I said last night, this 426, right? 427, 428, Friday's close, right? Because I wasn't sure if it was going to break it or not. Was going to, this is the area that we were looking for support, right? Final location is going to be down there at 425. We may get down there. So we're going to want to focus on the jobs data, right? The government shutdown has been avoided for what, 45 days until November, end of October, beginning of November. And guys, that's a big deal. And I didn't mention last night because I didn't really have a script, and I was doing a lot of work with the stream. We're not going to get any data points if the government's shut down. We're not going to get any accurate data points. Like, I don't know if you guys know that or not, right? All the labor market data that the government gets or does, we're not going to get that. So, it's a pretty big deal when the government shuts down because it means more than just money, right? What do you mean? What's the question mark, buddy? I'm sorry. I'm not understanding. You want to know the direction for ISM? I don't think we move, man. I'm telling you. I'm sorry. I don't think we move. What will the direction of ISM PMI, any predictions? As far as ISM itself, I have no predictions for it. I really don't. It looks like they're expecting it to rise from last month's a bit. I could see that. GDP was up a little bit last month. So that's the other thing is I think let's see if we're getting to that tipping point of GDP where we start to see GDP start to like we're at the top of the hill and we start to see it roll over in the next 2 to 3, 4 months. I have no clue what this is going to be. I really don't. And I don't think unless we get a major movement, I don't think you're going to get, you know, this this big movement from the markets unless we get a surprise. Because what I was saying was is that I'm the to me the market is more concerned with unemployment and the government shutdown. I think those are the two key things. Because again, Jackson Hole, Philly Fed Harkin, whatever his last name is, I forget, specifically said, and Powell has said, we need to get the labor market to soften, right? Because softening the labor market is going to help the demand. Helping the demand should slow supply, right? That should help pull inflation down because there's not a demand and they're trying to get prices to lower, right? They're trying to get supply, or not supply, but demand under control. That's, it's as simple as that, right? It's really hard to take care of inflation and get prices down when unemployment and initial jobless claims continue just to tick lower. 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, we had 2 good weeks where we had an uptick, right? We had 2 weeks of a consecutive uptick, taken right back for a lower initial jobless claims, right? So non-farm payrolls, end of the week, and we're gonna watch what Powell has to say today. So Raj, I am very sorry. I don't know. I wish I could help you. I appreciate you for stopping by, and hanging out. I'm going to go through some trades, see what news we have for the day. We're going to get our levels. We're going to get our mind and our body and our we're just right here. This whole zone that you got going on, positive energy. We're going to kill it. We're going to wait. We're going to be patient. We're going to hit our levels. We're going to go long. We're going to go short, whatever it is, whatever the case. And we're going to say, we're going to wait. We're going to just let it sit. Say, hey, it breaks. It goes. We'll take profits along the way. I think something about Tesla delivery numbers or something today. Let me get some of my stuff up here. Let's see. So I got to bed a little late last night. I was working on a few things for the stream, and I had a little bit of issues with it, and it got too late last night to finish it up. What's up, Ray? How you doing, man? All right, let's do it. Let's get into it, guys. So ISM again at this fucking camera, guys. I feel like my mouse, my camera, like everything's just started to just take a shit on me, like out of nowhere. Like, seriously. Come on. Like, so here we go. This is the level I'm watching for the S&Ps. And now my charts froze up. Like, what is going on, man? I'm not, like, running anything crazy. I don't have 30 different tabs, or, like, I don't have this thing running at, like, crazy, like, something it can't handle. All right, so this is like I said, this is the area that I'm watching for a bounce. And I said this yesterday on last night's live stream. And Raj, let me know, buddy. Did I answer your question? I think it's going to come in right around in line. Right? I think ISM, PMI, and services should come in roughly right around in line. That's all, buddy. For the news, I have a Squawk Box. I use trading economics for the earnings calendar, right? To see what's going on for the day in other countries. Trading economics. And then I will use CNBC, which we're about to go to, so we can cover upgrades, downgrades, and things of that nature. But I do want to hurry up and go through levels. It's only 8:45, so we'll be okay. They did have Blackman. I don't think we have much this morning. Rivian was one last night, or not last night, but Friday that we were looking at. So you have Rivian, Write this stuff down, guys, or go check it out. Sphere Entertainment. Oh, wow. And I saw these videos. Did you guys see the videos of the Sphere? It's actually really cool if you have not seen it yet. If you have not seen the Sphere videos for this, it is really cool. And I didn't know that they were publicly traded, so I'm going to have to check that out. I don't know what the ticker is, but, you know, that could open up. That could be pretty cool for them. I don't know how much growth you're going to get out of that. It's probably expensive to run. Insulet. Shares gained 3.4% in pre-market trading after Jefferies upgraded the medical device maker from a buy to hold. Oh, to buy from hold, saying investors should take advantage of recent underperformance to add exposure. Sonova Energy. UBS initiated coverage of their solar company. So watch solar stocks today, okay, which we'll go over, because that may help others run. Clorox jumped 3.3%. And this, sorry to go back up real quick, its $16 price target implies nearly 53% upside from Friday's close. Wow. Let's see here. And again, Raj, so you can just go to CNBC too and use this for the news. It'll give it to you for free. It'll give you at 8 o'clock. They post, you know, if you want something for free, you know, they do this for free. You can just go to CNBC and you'll just go under 5 things to know, which will be posted, or it'll say, you know, biggest moves pre-market, stuff like that. And you'll just go down AMC, Clorox, Solar Edge, and these are the stocks that are going to want to be in focus, because this is where volume and volatility is going to be, right? If the news catalyst, or if the catalyst, you know, is relevant enough, right? If it's enough to make it move, right? Is the company opening up? Are they releasing a new product? Is you know, is there a new FDA approval or something like that? You know, and I wanted to say real quick. I forget who it was. I have not had a bad comment yet since I started, and I've been waiting for it. I'm like, yo, can somebody give me one? What's his name? Gave me one last night, man. He's the first person last night. He said the live stream was gay, and I'm like, it was just funny because I'm like, finally, right? Solar Edge, right? What did we say? Solar stocks. So you have Sonova Energy International, Solar Edge Technologies. And what we're going to do is I'm going to go to the charts and we'll chart what are our levels. How do we react to the news? What are the levels? Where do we long? Where do we want to be short, if we want to be long or short? The solar stock dropped 2.7% after Barclays downgraded Solar Edge Technologies to equal weight from overweight, saying price cuts are inevitable. Not so good, right? Not so good. How does that help the case for Sonova International or Sonova Energy, right? Is Sonova Energy going to have price cuts too? You know, if they're in the same business. All right, let me not spend too much time on that. Let me see here. No, I don't want to. Of course, my stuff's going to reload. Give me 1 second. Man, I am doing really good. So, I was working out a little bit this morning, and I was a little, you know, kind of already feeling it. You know what I mean? It was kind of tight and stuff, and it felt good. It felt good. I can tell a difference. You know, I don't know. Nvidia. And what I'm saying is I would think about it, guys. If you don't, please do it. It's going to help your mind. I'm telling you. If you get out, jog, take care of yourself, eat right. It's going to help your mind. It's going to help the decisions you're going to make. It's going to help you battle through all the stupid shit that we get in life. Okay? It's going to help you battle through it. You're tested, right? You work out, you know, you're battle tested. Your mind is good and sharp, and you're feeling great, so you can overcome those things, right? It's not just about making money here, this and that. You know, we want positiveness. We want good health. We want a good life, right? That's what we're all after. So let's go get it, right? These are just some of the things that I do to try and, you know, take my stuff to the next level. And I wouldn't say it if I didn't think that it truly didn't help you. So if you don't, I would think about it. I would think about it. I really would. Nvidia, Goldman Sachs added the chip maker to it. Nvidia's already on the list, but chip makers to America's convicted list for the month, saying this year's market leader will remain its position. The Wall Street firm has a buy rating on the stock. Of course they do. And then we have FedEx, which was an upgrade. I was going to say, I wanted to make sure it was an upgrade before I went and said it. And then Chubb fell. Chubb shares fell 1.5% after JP Morgan downgraded Chubb to neutral from overweight, saying neither the commercial lines market nor the stock's valuation is compelling. So there you go. You got some downgrades. You got some upgrades. You know, AMC's moving up. Before the bell, after it announced Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, would be distributed in the U.S. by December. All right. So let's go take it to the charts real quick, and then we will get this party started.
RET, RE2, and Echo Solutions announced $15 million registered direct offering and $10 million current private placement. Romeo Echo Tango Oscar.
Sorry, just got to get some stuff going here. Man, if we can't hold this level, guys, and real quick, if you haven't done so, if you have any questions or anything that it is that you're looking at, if you could throw it in the chat, we'll cover it, we'll go over it. Maybe somebody else would like to know, and that's what we're all here to do, is to help one another make some money. If you could also, don't mind this camera. It's going to be fixed later on. So I'm sorry. I've been having a lot that I've been doing, and I don't know why this piece of crap is doing this. There's no reason why it should be shutting off and turning back on. There's no reason. There's no reason. If you could hit that like button, if you could allow me to get passed on to someone else, maybe someone else is looking for the stream and just can't find it because it's not popping up. So if you give me a like, a comment, subscribe, that would help. That would help not me, but someone else trying to join a group, you know, because we do this free 99, right? I don't ask for a dime. This is not, you know, a lot of groups charge a ton of money, and it's not even about the money. They blow up your phone for years and years and years, and you will get sick of it, and you will regret that you ever gave these people, this industry, your information and your number. All right, if you don't know, I want you to be aware of that. Because if you're going to spend a few $1,000s to go trade with the group, you better be ready for what's to come. The stuff in the mail, right? The selling of your information. Do you trust them? All right, we don't ask for that. All right, let's get into it. So the SPY, this is where I'm looking to see if we can possibly catch a bounce. All right, this level is 426.50. 426.80. All right, let me hit something real quick. It's getting a little warm in here. I had to turn the AC on because it was getting warm in here with these computers and stuff. It was like I don't know if you guys can feel it with like if you guys have a few monitors and computers, but it gets warm. This like whole area from it running gets warm. All right, so the SPY. This is our level right here, right? 426. 427 call it. 427 flat. You know, give or take. 426. What did we say? 426.50. So it's like a 50-cent range here. All right, 50-cent range here. I'm gonna put a line here for Friday's low. Okay, and why am I doing this? Because I know if we break, you know, there's still just extreme weakness that's telling me that we're still weak. We're not ready to do anything because there's no progress being made in the areas that the market wants. There's no progress being made in the areas that the markets care about, right? Okay, they've came to a short-term agreement, but what happens in 45 days? We're right back where we belong. They're getting ready to they're so ready to downgrade the United States credit again, right? Like there's so many issues that are so wrong with everything that's going on. The Fed's trying to loosen up the labor market, right? You know, I was thinking, you know, with everything that, you know, let's say if the unemployment were to shut down, I forget who did a poll on it, but it was like, I don't know, for every 2 weeks, it's like a basis point off of GDP. You know, that could help, right? Soften the labor market. That could help with rates. You know, but that's not the route you really want to go, right? I mean, it's so this is why yesterday I was so not so bullish, right? I'm just like, yes, I'm bullish to an extent, but once we get to that major level on the SPY and the Qs, and the Qs have like the better setup, which would be back up here, you know, back up towards that 100-day moving average, I don't think we break up through it, right? I mean, unless we have a catalyst to take us there. Right? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what's the catalyst to get up there? Because there's a lot going on right now that's not okay. UAW, right? They're doing more not layoffs, but there's more strikes. So, sorry, it's twisted up. All right, let's do it. Amazon's one of the stocks I'm watching. Let's go to the Qs real quick. I am sorry. I'm going to get working on this stuff so that the stream is more enjoyable. We get some actual information, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not taking so long doing stuff. Again, I'm new at this, so I do apologize. And I thank you for your cooperation. And I am very thankful to have you here. And if you guys have any questions, feel free, you know, throw it in the chat. I'm here to help. So when somebody asks you, like, you know, you can play levels and stuff like that, and understanding what the markets really care about is important. Understanding that when you have Fed members speaking, you need to know what they're saying, especially if they're voting or not. Are they voting Fed members? Right? What are they saying? Well, again, they're saying they want the labor market to soften. Right? Jackson Hole, that's what they were talking about. Man, things just can't go right. From like last night's stream was pretty cool. I appreciate you guys coming on. But like my mouse, my camera, it's just like everything is just going to crap. All right, so the Qs, let's watch this area to see if we get a support level at 357. 357 is the level I am going to be watching right here. Right? Friday's low and Friday's close, which we've already broken. All right, there's Friday's close. 358.35. It's already broke. Already. So I'm actually going to, you know, it's not that I don't want to be short. I do. But, you know, if that's what the market does, is what I want to. What I'm saying is like, I look at this retest on the SPY and the Qs, right? This is pretty much an ugly head and shoulders. You gap down. You pull back up to the neckline and you just retested 100-day moving average. Are we rejecting to pull it back down to, like, you know, the 349, 350 area? So you need to know this. This is basic charting. This is basic um, charting, okay? Which is like um, this is basic market technician charting here. You want to take it from the lows, okay? You want to come in from the lows, and you want to see where is 20 where is the bear market level, okay, for the SPY and the Qs. You want to know this. It's important because you could have algorithms sitting and waiting for a reason, right? So, I mean, pretty much 20%. Wow. So right there, okay? That level, which we already knew, which we talked about last night, okay? That whole area, which is your 23.6 fib from the COVID low. If you draw a Fibonacci from the COVID low to the COVID high to our highs, you know, you're running that Fibonacci retracement. You're just running those channels. We ran these channels right up. Like this bounce from here to here, and that pullback, that's a channel. From here to here, that's the other channel. All right. But anyway, you pull back. So now you know, right? Now you know we pull back to 320 in the Qs. You're technically, by technical standards, in a bear market, back in a bear market. Remember that. You may not hear that from very many people. So yeah. Where's our support level? 360. I feel like we broke it. Should be a support level. We have the only support level we have right now is 351. You know, in that area, 351, 350, 350. Okay, right down here. But we want to see, because we bounce, we want to see us hold this level here. You want to see it hold, and we're not. You know, you want to make that higher low. Doesn't seem like we are. All right, doesn't seem like we are. What this looks like to me is a pullback, a bounce, a rejection, breaking down to a new low. Quite possibly. Could be. But, again, 357. We'll see how we do. See if it holds. All right. Let's go into the stocks. Amazon, one of the first ones. Come on. I think that's going on right now with Tesla's deliveries, guys. $419,000. Let's go into it right now. I have not looked at Tesla yet. Look at Tesla, guys. Bang, to the downside. Bang. That's terrible. How terrible? That's terrible, my friend. So there, I'm going to look for a bounce back on Tesla to see if we bounce it back to this area right here, guys. We're going to just turn this thing red, and this is where we want to short. We don't want to fall for the short down here. You know, unless we cannot get through 243. All right, 243. Looks like we're going right back down to the 100-day moving average. See if you get a bounce off of there, which you should. I don't know how bad it was because my stuff messed up on me. I got so much stuff running. Let's see here. All right, boom, boom. There's our 100-day moving average. If it did break it, I think it broke it. 50-day. Where is the 50? Come on. Sorry, guys. I gotta put this right here. What the heck? All right, good. We got a half hour, so I'm sorry. I have a few stocks I'm going to run through with you guys. I don't know why everything's being difficult. Listen, I'm trying to stay positive here. It's really frustrating me what's going on with my mouse and my camera and everything. It's trying real hard to mess with me. I'm not going to let it. I'm not going to let it. I'm not going to get frustrated. I'm not going to get irritable. I'm not going to let it bring me down. All right, it's a piece of plastic. All right. I'll go buy another one with today's money that we're going to make. All right, so blue box, okay, is the 100-day moving average. So when you start seeing some of these blue boxes, if there's not resistance there, and I'm saying, hey, this is where I'm looking for resistance. This is where I'm looking to get short, and there's a red box. It's either the 50-day moving average, right, which I just made here, so that I know on a 5-minute chart, hey, this is where my 50-day moving average is on the daily chart, and things like that. So just to give you guys a heads up. I was looking all last week. I said I was short 2 weeks ago. Up here, guys, I'm like, guys, I think it's time to think about a short for Tesla. So if you're new here, these are the things that we offer. All right, we've been calling these trades out early. JP Morgan. You didn't, I guarantee you, I would put any amount of money on it. We were the first ones on JP Morgan. Guarantee it. I could almost guarantee it. Right? We were already talking about JP Morgan going long the 2 days prior to when it broke up into that range. You know, I never took the trade, but it is what it is. All right, so there's a break of the 100-day moving average. That's pretty much a break. You know, a bounce off the 100-day moving average, and then a double top at the 50-day. And now it looks like she's rolling over. So what are we going to look for with Tesla? I got all these levels, and I hate when my charts look like this with a passion. I hate it. I don't like messy ass charts. All right. So, pretty simple. Pretty simple, okay? We'll look for the bounce back to the 100-day moving average. All right, and we'll see. That's going to be around like 242. I would like to get Tesla up here at like 243. You know, I do want to pick my spots. We might not get that. I probably won't get that. I need to see what it was because I missed the numbers, guys, and I'm sorry. It should be on here. Yeah, 2023 volume target around 1.8 million vehicles, unchanged. Sequential decline in Q3 calls plan or sequential decline in 3Q volumes caused by planned down times for factory upgrades. I'm sorry, why was that so hard to read? Sequential decline in 3Q volumes caused by planned downtimes for factory upgrade, blah, blah, blah. Delivering more than 435,000 vehicles in Q3. Tesla produced more than 430,000 vehicles. 2023 volume target around 1.8 million vehicles remains unchanged. Okay. I'll have to look into this a little bit further. If you guys have any thoughts on that, I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on that. I am too, buddy. Good morning. Good afternoon to you. Not necessarily good morning to you, but good afternoon to you because I know it's a little bit later where you're at. It's good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. This is where I'm wanting to get short. If this thing's going to get short, look, 243. 242.85. So we're going to call it 243. You remember me calling out the short on Tesla? You remember 2 weeks ago? I said, hey, I think we might want to think about a pullback on Tesla. I was feeling it. You see how I feel those things and I can kind of sense it? Like, yeah, it's what I figured. It was late in the evening for you. And you know what I need to do also is go through the, I got to look at the stream to make sure everything looks right. Okay, it does. Good. Good deal. So let's see here. So what I'm going to look for is a bounce back to 243 on Tesla. If we fail and we cannot get back up through the 100-day moving average, I will look to see if we can pull it back, especially if we have the markets pull back down, right? If the markets continue to be weak, that's going to help the trade on Tesla. So keep that in mind. You're going to want to watch the Qs. You know, you're going to want to watch the Qs because if the Qs start rolling over for whatever reason, right? They may not, because you have Powell this afternoon. The markets may just sit here in this little range, right? But if they do, if Powell does say something, that's going to help the Tesla trade. So start, when you guys are trading, think about that, right? Think about, here's a catalyst for a stock, you know, it's probably going to if the market goes up, it could separate itself from the market, right? By going down and the market's going up. So there you go. You have a short, and then you could, if the market's going up, get long the SPY or Qs, and now you have two trades on in opposite directions that are making you money, and you're making money on both trades. Something changes, you cut it, you take your profit. I haven't done that in a while, and you guys are going to see me do it. We're going to get stocks, if we get back into the bear market, we're going to get stocks that are, you know, that have strength, and then you're going to have stocks that have weakness, and I'm going to be playing both sides, right? And the market starts to move in the same direction and helps that thesis out. It should really push it up or push it down, okay? So the Qs, we will look to see if we can get down in this 356 area again. So if we bounce, look for that area to be around Friday's close, and we pull it back. Okay, we pull it back down to 356. That should help Tesla, right? That should help Tesla get down to the lower end of this range, which is already pretty much there, 238, maybe even Tuesday's low, maybe. I don't know how much the news is going to affect it. I got to go over it. Not really, buddy. It's not limited at all. Because if the market is trending up, right? Let me give you an example. If the market's trading to the upside because there's good news, okay, you're long the SPY, you're long the Qs. But Microsoft or Google gets a whatchamacallit, like they get a summons to court, they did something really bad, and that stock's selling off because now there's a fundamental change in the company that is separating it from the market. So once you get, you know, especially in a bear market is really where it works. Because in a bear market, you'll have the markets pulling back. So you can take the short, you know, the SPY will bounce back, you get in the SPY, the Qs, whatever, and you get short. But you have stocks like Meta that will trend up, that have done really great, which will separate themselves, right? So you have a short, and then you have a long. You get the catalyst for the SPY to go higher, then okay, you cut the short, you're already in a long, right? I'm going to show you guys when we get there. Yeah, exactly. I mean, two different trades completely, yes. Yup, two different stocks. Like the markets right now are like, let's say if the markets bounce, right? Let's say if the markets bounce, but Tesla cannot get over 243. You could look for, which now is not the time to do it. I wouldn't say to do it, but I could look, say, all right, I could be long the SPY or the Qs, and then I'll back it up with a Tesla short if it does not get through 243, okay? And then if the markets really start to roll over, I'll cut that long on the Qs, and the markets rolling over should already help me on that Tesla short and should give it that extra follow through that it needs, because now the markets are rolling over. Tesla's already weak. I'm already in it. Bang, right? You're playing that, you know, you guys will see me do it. There's times when to do it, when not to do it. There was a lot of it in 2022. What's up, Chris? How you doing, my man? It's good to see you, bro. I hope you had a good weekend, bro. All right, so this is the level I'm watching right here. This previous 243 on Tesla. All right, I'm going to be watching 243. You may, you know, obviously you're going to wick above it, so you're going to have to give this thing $1 or $2. It's going to be pretty volatile. You know, you could give it to 244, but I think this is more the level you want to focus on. Actually, would be here. It's this whole area, right? It's this area right here, right? It's right there. It's a pretty big area. All right. All right, so they're saying on CNBC that it was well below expectations. Okay, right? This area up here, if we are able to break through 243.18ish, right? You are able to break up above. above that 100 day. So real quick, look at Amazon, guys. Amazon also has another little nice, has a nice pattern that I was watching here. All right. It's a break below the 100 day. You pulled back up to test it. Okay. You are pretty overextended. All these stocks are overextended to the downside. So what I'm also going to keep in mind is I'm going to be watching, stochastics and RSI to see if like we pull it back again and the RSI makes a higher low. And I want to start seeing if we're going to start seeing signs of a reversal. The catalysts that are going on, the government still not coming to an agreement pretty much. Okay, yeah, they've given it 45 days. Unemployment, you got this, the college stuff kicking back up. So, I'm still leaning to the downside. I still think we might have some downside to come. It's just like I don't see good news coming down the pipe. So I want to be looking for the shorts, right? Until we start getting some good news, right? We start getting the labor market to soften, things that we want to start seeing, the government coming to an agreement. You can't really hang on the long right now unless you have a stock that separates itself or a reason to get long. So, but I will, once that time comes, what I'm trying to say is that I'm going to be watching for signals for a reversal back to the upside. Okay? I'm going to be watching it, and I'm not, whether it's this week, next week, 3 weeks from now. That's what I'm going to be watching for. Just wanted to say that. Here's a really nice double bottom on Amazon, guys. Right here. And then now it just became resistance this morning. Okay, that level's 128.68. So if the markets are going to continue to pull back, could look for a bounce back to like 128 into that 128.50, 128.25 area. Okay, and we would look to get short, and I would take profits. I would look to take profits on that by Friday's close. Right, I would look to take profits if we get the bounce up, and look to see if we can get Thursday and Wednesday's like highs, like Thursday's highs, to crack and pull it back down, because we just broke the. Here's a double bottom on the 100-day. You broke the 100-day. We pulled it back to the 100-day. I want to get a short on a bounce up to again like the low 128 areas. Okay, and it looks like it's doing it now. All right, and then I'm going to look to hang on that for a few days. So I may get 2 weeks out. Right? I might get 2 weeks on that. I may get a week. I would look to get time on that. Because today might not be the day we get continuation. All right? Unless Powell is going to move the market, which I'm not sure if he's going to do. Right? I'm still expecting, I'm expecting the SPY and Qs. They're in areas of support, so that should help, the bounce. Google was the other one. We kind of talked about it last night. Look at that. Beautiful break, retest, bang. And it's already back down to the orange line. That trade's taken away. So if we do get a bounce with Google, see, like all these stocks, I'm looking for the bounce to get into the short. Which would, Google would be 133. I'd be looking for that 133 area for the short. You do have the 50-day there, though. So, let me show you guys real quick. I'm going to make it quick because I got to set my charts up. But, so we broke back through the 50-day. You may just hang on it, right? That's what it did for, or was that Amazon? It made, or that was Meta. That was Meta that was just sitting and hanging around the 50-day. So, it's back down into this channel of 133 high. What is that? 126 low, right? Yeah, 127 to 130, right? You see here's our channel. You break out, bang, you're right back in it. And what'd you do? Right here. You tried to break out of that channel again and immediately took it right back on an increase in volume. So that lets me know it's safe to get short up here at 133 and look to take it back down to 129, high 120s, 128.70, right? Looking to get Google back down here. The increase in volume is really what's giving me the confidence on this. I want to make sure that I get in on that I want to get in this on the right days though. Right here is the area. This is the top of the range. All right, again, that's 133. I'd like to look for a bounce into 133 and look to get short there. Let me see. Sorry. Sorry if I'm taking too long with this. Like, do you guys agree with that? Like, here's a break out of the channel. You try to grind it up. Bang, just gets knocked down. Look at that. Just boom. Right? It makes another attempt. And it breaks through the top of the range from earnings, right? It tries to break out and then immediately gets taken right back down into the range. So we're going to look for that to start being resistance, which would be the 50-day moving average, 132.20, 133. Okay? What's up, buddy? And we'll look. If I get short, obviously I'm going to want to look. I will take profits as levels break. Okay, 131 will be a piece of profit. I'll have orders in front of 131, so I'd have orders sitting at like I'll have bids to sell these options at or the stock if I short it 131.30, 131.25. Like I'll have orders going into 131, right? 131.10, 131.13, and then we'll look to see if we can get back down here to 128.50, right? That's what I'm looking for. We're going to get the bounce, look for the short. Sorry that was too long. Let me speed it up. We went through Amazon, Google, and again, Tesla, same thing. So many lines on that chart. I don't like that I have all these lines. That's not important to have all those lines. There's no need for it. I hope you guys are doing great this morning. I'm ready to kill it. So again, if you missed it, this area here, 243.50. is where we'd want to look. Ideally, look to get short if it's going to sell off. I feel like that's too easy right now. I feel like they're not going to do that because everybody's going to want to lean short, right? You notice how it's breaking back up there. It's a range, so we'll look for 244.75. If we cannot get up above there, that's where I'm looking to get short. Okay. That's where I would look for it. Look, it's taking the move right back because they're not giving kids that trade, people that trade. They're not just going to give it to them that easy. You got to get the bounce back. And I mean, really, your resistance level is up here at this double top at 248. So be patient. Wait for it to go up and have your levels, right? The first place I'm going to look is 244.71. We'll see how it reacts. If it pulls back and we hold 243.25, we do something like this, okay? We do something like this where you pull up to it, right? And then we pull it back. It holds. It breaks. It holds, right? And now it's support. And then we get up to that level. Bang. It can't get up through here. Struggles. Then we look to take it back down. It should at least come back down to 244.80, right? That's a $4 move from 248. So be patient. Be patient. You might be able to get this thing up there. If you guys have went through the news and know if the catalyst is, can support that. I haven't really went over it. I guess it, I don't know how bad it was or how bad it isn't because I haven't went over it. I just know what I heard on CNBC. And remember, we have data at 10 o'clock. So be patient, right? 10 o'clock. And Powell at 11. So sit back, let the markets whip around. Don't get, don't get caught up in anything unless it's there, unless it's absolutely there. I haven't looked at small caps, so I don't know what small cap land's doing. All right, I just been running through large caps right this minute. Let's see here. I know I have a few more ideas here. NVIDIA, AMD. All right, we got 5 minutes. I got to pull up my charts. I'll hurry up and go through this real quick. Let me go to the 30 minute. So I'm still looking for NVIDIA short. Okay, if we cannot break, we get back up to that 50-day and it still acts as resistance. Okay, so really this is the area I would like to get short at 453.68 if we're going to get short. I don't want to short this stock. It's strong. You know, don't try and get cute and short, oh, because I think it's overvalued, this and that. Man, it's not overvalued. Just because you think it's overvalued doesn't mean that it is to someone else. Like, there may be stuff that you don't know that it's going to be able to perform in the future. Right? How many times... Do you know how many people I seen try to short NVIDIA last year on the way up to that level? Do you know how many people that were trying, just getting their asses busted? You know? They were trying to short this thing up here. All through here. Yeah, it's got to come down. It's got to come down. Look at that pattern, guys. Look at that neckline right there. Right? That's everything you need to know. That's a long-term bull run pattern. Right? That's a... What is this? Like a year? You know, or 6 months? That's a 6-month, like, nice head and shoulders. Reverse head and shoulders. You know, it's funny looking back now on it that you know, I didn't take like a really nice long, but this is why you use this for the future. Next time you see a reverse head and shoulder that takes long like this, and there's talks around AI and like, or whatever it is, whether it's a drug, treatment for cancer or anything, think about just putting on a small position for like a far out of the money, maybe like, you know, 10 months down the road. And see what happens. Just don't forget about this stuff. This is how you become a better trader. You don't forget about these things, because I'm telling you, you will see these things again in your trading career. You will. You're going to see another NVIDIA pattern. Bang. Look at that retest right there. Breakout. Boom. Put that foot in the ground and run it up, baby. NVIDIA ran it the heck up. All right, so let me go through some of these things here. Let's see here. So we went over the solar stocks this morning too, if you didn't know, because there was some downgrades, but there was also some upgrades. So I don't know if you're going to get anything out of this. So Solar Edge dropped 2.7%. They downgraded it. But there's this company, Sonova Energy, right? Initiated coverage of their solar company to a buy. So, you know, you could look at a bunch of them. You could look at ENPH. You could look at FSLR, right? There's a few of them. So you might want to look, we can look at Run, right? For anybody that doesn't have a big account, just wants to buy the stock and make a few percents. Depending on how they do today, there should be some volume in this sector today. Look at that support on Run. Okay, this is Sun Run. Right, 15 minutes. I got to set my charts up, guys. Good luck today. I'm going to cover, if I get into a trade or do anything, I'll let you guys know. Any news comes across the wire, all that fun stuff, I will be sure to let you guys know. I just want to say thank you guys for joining us. Thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated. If you could give me the honor to send me along to someone else, hit that like button, subscribe, maybe comment, good or bad, don't care. I do care, but you know what I'm trying to say. Because maybe someone else might find this that wants to join a group, but doesn't have $1,000 to pay, like thousands of dollars, and doesn't want to get blown up as far as their phones and emails and getting harassed and all this, getting upsold. Okay, we don't do that here. We went 3-0 in football this weekend. If you guys want to go check out the stream for that from Friday, it's in the link in the description. You can get on the membership. I'm running a sale until the end of October. BYU, Oregon State, Baltimore yesterday. Another 3-0 weekend this weekend. Last weekend, 3-1 last weekend. Would have been 3-0, but I had to take the Ohio Notre Dame over because I wanted to see points. And I literally said that in the text when I sent it out. I'm telling you, I gave it a few weeks. I'm fucking killing it. This is what I do. I've been doing it for a long time, and I'm good at what I do. All right, guys, let's do it. Have a good luck today. Let me get my chart set up. I'm sitting here talking away. I'm still going to give the markets a few minutes because I just don't, like, look, you can already tell. We're not dropping out of the gate or anything. All right, let's pull up Tesla, obviously. There's some news on Tesla, which should bring some volatility. Should bring some ideas. Let me get everything up. Oh, no, I don't want that. What is... What? Let me see. And look at that, guys. We're making that area 428 resistance. All right, so Tesla is still pushing up here. Tesla's pushing up, doing his push-ups. Man, my chest is on fire. Not fire, but it's just like, it feels good, man. It feels really good. I had a nice workout yesterday. Let me see here. And that's the other catalyst too, is we have China, and we also have banks looming, right? We have all that stuff with banks that you could just out of nowhere, you could get a bank to say, hey, yeah, we need some money or we're failing. There's a small area here at 247, guys. Watch this 247 level real quick. Okay, for Tesla right here. All right, that's actually a pretty, that's a level that I would watch. I would seriously watch that level. Let me see here. That was weird because, yeah, 247. I think now, would be the time to think about pulling it. Now, here's the market's bouncing, right? Look, right off of our target. Right off of our target on the SPY, right there to the left. Let me see. Boom. Boom, boom. Let me get this. Let's see here. RSI, almost done, team. Look at the SPY, just boom. Look at that rip. Let me see here. Man, I can't stand saying Come on. There we go. All right, so I'm good to go. I'm good to go. Let me bring up flexible chart. And I also have one here. 4 hour. What? Is this futures? All right, so the vol ratio is just chilling right now. It's pretty much even, which is the vol ratio, if you don't know, is volume up versus volume down, or volume down versus volume up, right? Same thing for advanced decline. How many stocks are making new highs versus how many stocks are making new lows? Okay, there's a lot of tech stocks I want to watch today if we get a bounce. Okay, look at this SPY. See if it starts to come into a bit of resistance up here. Let me see. Why is this like this? And there goes that. Of course it did. Fucking idiot. Oh, I see what's going on here. Alright. Alright. Come on, man. All right, so again, I'm going to be looking for this level of 427.86, 428 is the level I'm looking for on the S&Ps. Okay, to tell me whether or not I want to be short or I want to be long. All right. Gotta mess with OBS again. Maybe next time I'll just let it pause. And I'll just keep it paused. Oh shit, so what's gold doing? Because I'm hearing dust going off. Dust is going off, and that's a sign that gold should be selling off. Dust is the inverse to it. So what's GLD doing? Okay, it did sell off pretty bad. Tesla. Why is everything messing up on me today? Why is everything messing up on me today? Today. Hey. Hey. Wonder what the bell's for today at the NASDAQ. Okay, what did we say? Up there, looking for the bounce. The SPY's coming into resistance. Is Tesla going to hold that 100-day moving average? I may have to move it. The contracts may be a little pricey, too. Oh, yes, I do have some coffee left. So stay patient, team. Excuse me. So there's one area right there. Watch the cues. What's your leader? What's your laggard?
S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI for September, 48.9 the consensus.
I was going to say, where did it go? Daddy needs a new watch. Let's get it. I don't need it. I don't need a new one. I love this watch. I really do. This is my first watch that I bought. I love it. All right, let's see here. And again, I'm not going to deviate from my plan. We have our range. And we're just going to sit and watch. Shit. You know, maybe I should be... Boom. So this should be our area right here. This is a really good looking area to get shorty. Right here. Again, that's 428. Alright, start making that resistance again. You know, and again, the SPY may not do it that easy. You could get your bounce to take you up here to 428.33, and then it rolls over and just puts in a lower high. But it's just my thoughts. All right. FSLR and like again, you have some of the solar names that were popping today. So the volume on Tesla isn't too crazy. It is. It's up there a little bit. And there's the pullback. There's the pullback on the SPY. There's your first pullback. So you're getting some selling to step in there. All right, that's the level in front of 427.89. Let's see. So that's support, broke, resistance. So right here, 248, 248.50. So I would look at this area right here.
NVIDIA shares spiked to the highs, 446.
Of course, NVIDIA is spiking. It had an upgrade today. That was another one that I forgot about.
Open a formal investigation into AI chips, according to Reuters report. That's the member Victor Delta Alpha.
Boom. All right, 3 minute. 243. I know there's a lot of red on here, but what this is the 50-day moving average in an area I think it's going to pull back off of. All right. There's so many lines on this chart. I got to clean this thing up. I seriously do. This is no bueno. This is going to be a key level here, guys. We should expect a pullback off of that 248 area. Right? You should expect a pullback off of it. There's this buy pulling back, right? Come on. No, I'm getting tired. Choice in the trading. Let's go. That's just me as a person. I sit for too long. I get a little bit tired. All right. I want to make it big enough for you guys to see the charts so that it's, you know. I would watch this area here, right? It's making it resistance now. What the heck are you doing, Tesla? I think you need to simmer down. It's coming into 248. You know, look at the volume on the candle. Look at the volume bar. It's not rising at all, and Tesla's like boom, boom, boom. It's jumping up, right? Look, and it's not rising. You want to see if it's pulling, like, does that volume bar rise when the stock pulls back? You know, reading those little bit of clues as the stock's moving really gives you insight on, you know, what's going on with you know, big orders step in, whatever it is, you know, what's making it move. Like, look, you're making new highs, and you just ticked up a little bit. You just ticked up. So I guess it was unchanged. So I'm not sure if that's good or bad. You know, like, it doesn't mean anything. It just goes back to where it belongs. I don't know. All right, so here we go. We're at that level right now, team. We're at that level right now. There's the pullback. Here's your pullback. Look at the SPY pulling back. She might get a little frisky, okay? They may try to shake you out. May try to shake you out. We got data getting ready to come out. Take your time. You know, pan it out. Go to a 15-minute chart. Whatever you guys got to do to help yourselves, you know, help yourselves with this. Um, mm, 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 mm. I want to wait for like a little double top. I should have just taken it there, but we have Powell. I just don't know if you're going to get any type of heavy positioning in front of which from what I heard, Powell's not going to talk the markets up or down. So it might be okay. I just, you know, does ISM move these markets? I also don't think so, but you never know. You know, you could get a surprise. And there it is, guys. As easy as that. Not that, you know, look at the SPY turning around. I thought about going after the SPY instead of Tesla. There's your data points. Why am I not getting it? So it's pretty good. Oh God, I hope not. He's saying they're guns hot and treasuries. That's not what you want if you want to see this market go to the upside. 244. Let's see here. I feel like
business can happen virtually anywhere, but there's nothing like being there. At National, you can skip the counter and choose any car in the aisle. Even manage your rental right from the app. So you can give some quality time to a quality cause. Swing by to see one.
all right, I'm gonna look at a few things again. I'm gonna, like I said, guys, I want to take my time today because I'm gonna want to pick my spots. See if we can catch a bounce here on the SPY. You want to see this level hold for any type of positivity to the upside. We need this level to hold. You need 426.75 to hold to get any type of upside, or to feel good about it. You know, to feel good about any type of upside. And look at that sell volume, guys. He said, "I don't want it. I don't want it." That's not good. That's not good. You're telling me you don't want like shares. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know, it's crazy being that we've came back from 460, 480 previous highs. It's telling you, hey, I don't even want, you know, $40 on the SPY, or 30, whatever it would come out to be. Of course, the little one comes in and wants to eat. She's doing good, by the way. She's on some steroids and stuff like that. She's doing so much better. I wish this camera would do better. Okay, I'm coming, Turkey. Come on, man. Okay. Okay. Support. Who's gonna step in and take the long on the SPY? Who's feeling lucky today? I'm not saying for you to do it. I hope you wouldn't. But It's a bit overbought. So what do we have? About 10 minutes for this data comes out. I'm going to go give her some food, and I will be back right for this data. Let me see here. Look at Sunrun, guys. Heading to the downside. Oh, she's laying down. Never mind. She must not be that hungry. Are you sure you don't want to eat? Hey, you sure you don't want to eat? Look at that double bottom on EMPH. You okay? You okay? You okay? You want to eat? I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. So SLR is going up. There's still a decent amount of buy orders sitting here on the SPY. So be cautious. Alright, there's a lot of both. It's 50-50, guys. Just try and be patient. Okay, be patient. You know, let the trades try and let them fall in your lap. And say, hey, if I'm going to be long, I'm going to be long down here at 425 because I'm going to know pretty quickly if I am wrong and that level is going to break. I'm not going to lose that much money if that level doesn't hold. But you don't have to lose money. You know you're going to get a bounce there, so you take a piece of profit, right? You know you're getting a bounce here. That's where buyers are. They're at 420, 425, 424.90. Right? They're at 425. That's where the buyers are. Are they stepping up? Do you start to see the buyers up at 425.50? Not 425. This is what I mean by, you know, noticing if buyers are stepping up or if sellers are stepping down, because it's telling you a story. If sellers are stepping down, they don't care at what price. They want to get out. Buyers, same thing. If they're stepping up, they just want to get in. I don't know why someone would be excited to get in the markets or the SPY at this price with what I feel coming down the pipeline. But again, that's just an example, right? So if you start seeing that, you know, you're saying, okay, buyers are wanting to buy this. There's something about this that they want. Like Oxy was doing it for a while. Like what else? It was Crocs, right? That thing's just ripping. Meta. So. And there you guys can't really see it. I'm just kind of like looking here to see. All right, 425. All right, so there's Tesla. When do we have earnings? Earnings should be coming up when? Uh-oh. Do you guys have anything you guys are watching that may shit, I forgot about Amazon and Google and stuff. Alright, so what did we say for Amazon? We said 129, 128.66. Here we go, right into the level. Sorry, I was just singing. All right, there we go. Okay, Turkey, come on, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to give you guys Bob Pisani. So there's your resistance level on Amazon. General Motors furloughing more people. Coming across the wire right now. From Reuters. All right.
Consumer discretionary group. Important Ford, Meta.
I'll be right back. I'm going to feed her real quick.
NVIDIA, Apple, Intel. This is fantastic. This is the best that you could ask for. Rising expectations for earnings in the biggest companies that are out there. And yet it's not helping because it's being overwhelmed by the macro situation, being overwhelmed by that 10-year yield that we've been seeing. That's such a problem for everybody and for all the situation right now. And of course, take a look at Lennar. I just want to show you this here. September 15th, Lennar came out. Excellent earnings. They beat on the top and the bottom line. Look at it. It's been down. Yet they said business is good. They're taking business away from existing home sales. It doesn't matter. Rising interest rates, you sell consumer discretionary, you sell autos, you sell home builders. So a good earnings picture overwhelmed by the macro situation. And you've been talking about this, Sarah. That 10-year yield is the biggest problem that we've got out there. And that's what we want to hear on the earnings call. How much is that impacting the consumer right now? You see what it did to Lennar on a great earnings report. Overwhelmed by that kind of situation.
Well, and it also means utilities, real estate, and staples are the worst performers, which would typically do well during economic softness, but with those rising rates,
you want to watch something
attractive.
now? Watch the high yield, like HYG. Watch high yield ETFs right now. Because if, in fact, there really is a problem there, those groups that have the most debt outstanding, they're going to be the ones that are going to be a little more sensitive right now. I'd watch HYG.
What you're looking at.
Thanks.
Okay,
we'll talk a little bit about Pisani. Still to come this morning, Wharton's professor of finance, Jeremy Siegel, on how to get ready for Q4 when we're back in a couple of minutes.
I mean, this is an area, but man, if you break up through this 5.2, 5.4 area, you don't really have much room to, like, I'm just saying, you break this double top. Come on. Right here. Right, there's your 10-year. But you can really see it on the 30-year. Right? And then you... Oh, come on, I clicked it. And then you have... No, like, you don't really have anything stopping you until maybe there.
ISM manufacturing PMI 47.8 expected.
Like, you could break out and just extend up to that level. And even more so on the 30-year, okay? This is the problem why the markets could really start to sell off, right? This is why the markets could really start to sell off. Team right there, look at that quadruple top. We're there now. Are we into it, man? And you don't have nothing until you get to 4 or 5 or 5.5. It's not good. It's not good. So keep an eye on that. I would, that way you can kind of understand what the dollar is going to do. There's the dollar bouncing off the 50-day. Let me actually go to Dixie. I don't know why I did that.
Construction spending plus 0.5%.
All right, ISM's coming out. Here's our data points. Construction spending was let me see. Come on. Why is this down so far? Alright, come on. Let's get focused here. I have a Red Bull. I'm going to go grab ISM Manufacturing. 49, guys. 49.
49 versus 47.6 expected.
So it's a bit better than expected. A bit better than expected.
S&P futures getting
CNBC.
Construction spending was down. Well, it was down from previous month, but it was
Good
in
Monday
line.
morning, and welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber, live
new
for you
orders
as always
are down,
from
not
Post 9
down,
of the New York
but
Stock
new
Exchange. Take a look at
orders are
stocks
up.
here in the early action as we
Pricing
begin the new month and the
is
new quarter. A little bit soft,
down
although
from
coming
previous
back
month
a bit. The
and
S&P 500
expectations.
unchanged. Why? Because there's
So
strength
the
today
next
in
thing we
information
have
technology
is
and
11
communication
a.m.
services,
Powell.
and that's offsetting
All right.
the weaker parts of the market. Today it's utilities, energy,
be right
materials,
back. I'm gonna go
healthcare,
get her
consumer
food.
staples, financials, industrials, and real estate. Though the Nasdaq Composite
I wanna
has
say
been
thank
higher. It's
you
up
guys
about
so much for the
0.5%.
likes,
It's
subs,
being
and
led
stuff
today
like
by
that. It's
Apple,
greatly
Nvidia,
appreciated.
Meta, and
You guys have any
Microsoft. So a
questions,
bit of a
anything I can
reversal
do
in the
for you,
trend
guys let me know.
we have seen in September, where energy was really the outperformer and technology was hit hard. As far as the Dow's concerned, being weighed down by Goldman Sachs, McDonald's, and 3M. Although cautiously, we're still watching yields, which have been the
What did
big
we say?
headwind
I said I
for
wanna look for a
the
double
market
top up
rally
there
and
if
for
we're
the
gonna get it.
economy. And the 10-year yield is up again today, 4.63%. We're pushing near the highest levels in 16 years. We're 30 minutes here into the trading session. Here are three big movers we're watching. Tesla's in the red after delivery numbers come in light. More on that in just a moment. Norfolk Southern is one of the biggest losers in the S&P as Bank of America downgrades the name to neutral, cuts the price target on, quote, continued services challenges. And then watching NVIDIA and Okta today. Goldman Sachs adding those names to their conviction buy list heading into Q4.
Getting some ISM and construction spend. For that, we'll go back to Rick Santelli. Rick.
Thank you, Carl. Yes, construction spending is out. It's up 0.5%. And if you have to go back in history to find if that's good or bad, well, the last two numbers, of course, have been better. You have to go all the way back to April to find a smaller number. But construction spending has been positive for the entire year. The best month was in January, up 2.2%. ISM manufacturing at 49.0 means... yes, it means 11 sub-50 reads in a row, 11 sub-50 reads in a row. And that number actually is equaled in November last year. To find a higher number, you have to go to the last time it was at 50, and I mean 50 right on the nose in October. If we look at prices paid at 43.8, that's the best number outside of last month. You had 2 months that it was less than that. In May, it was a little bit better, so our comp there, at least before the weakness, was in May. New orders, very important, 49.2. That means 13 consecutive months sub-50. 13. And finally, on the employment front, what a week for employment with the jobs reports coming out. 51.2, 51.2. Guess what? We break the string of three consecutive sub-50s. 51.2 is the best level since May, when it was 51.4. And I urge those to look at yield curve moves today as long maturities continue to be guns hot. Sarah, back to you.
Yep, no change there after the data. Thank you, Rick Santelli. And that just kicks off a week, guys, of heavy economic data. Now that the government has managed to stay open in that surprise deal on Saturday night, we are going to get a lot of data. And Rick mentioned the jobs report on Friday. We're also going to get JOLTS, which we know the Fed pays attention to because we've seen the number of openings come down, but still show there are plenty of them. Speaking to the tight labor market, the ADP private sector claims, of course, and then punctuated by the jobs report. We're going to get a ton of Fed speak as well, including from Fed Chair Jay Powell, who's speaking at 11 today alongside Philly Fed President Patrick Harker. Not sure whether he'll give any clues because it's kind of a roundtable discussion on workers, but we pay attention to all of it, of course. And the question is, what happens to Treasury yields from here? It's been all about higher for longer. And the Fed has been reiterating that message for a while, guys, but it does feel like the market has really glommed onto it in a bigger way in the last few weeks. We started September in the 420s on the 10-year and ended it in the high 4.6s.
How about prices paid just now?
Right.
Looking for 49, 43.8. Might be one reason S&P's just gone green past
There's
couple
a
of minutes.
little bit of
It's good news
volatility, but
because it suggests that inflation is
that's
continuing to come down and will be good enough for the
73
Fed to stop raising rates.
427.80.
Maybe,
That's a dollar.
and good enough for them to maybe look at cutting rates sooner. That's the whole question, right? Because we have come down substantially, and the last part, it could be the hardest part with stickier services pricing and oil
What's
prices
up,
back
Bingo?
on the
How you
rise,
doing,
and
buddy?
whether that'll seep
So there's that
into
double top that I said there for
core
Tesla. I said I want to see a
inflation,
double
whether they
top.
can
So
ignore the headline inflation.
I'm still kind of just
Here's the chart
leery
of the
on
day,
taking
though.
it right now.
Okay, as it relates
maybe
to
we wait for that
treasuries
psychological
that we made.
250
It is
area.
the economic surprises.
Maybe
so
I do
basically,
take it. maybe I
is the
do take
economy
it.
getting better or worse than expected versus Treasury yields. And
It's
what you
doing
are
exactly what
seeing
we
is
said
that Treasury yields
we
are the
wanted it
orange
to do.
line that continue to go up, up,
It's
up,
gonna
up, up.
depend
The
on the
blue line
cues
are the economic surprises, and they
and
are
the
coming
SPY.
down because we're
So
seeing a
let me
lot of
pull that
missed
up too,
economic
actually.
reports, i.e. softening economy, softer than expected. This is not what you typically see. Those two usually track each other, and this just proves the point that we've been trying to make, which is this rise in yields isn't completely tied to a stronger
still a little
or
bit of
firmer
buying
economy.
there,
Right.
And
guys,
that's why
on
it's
Tesla.
catching a lot of people's attention,
They're
and we
trying
have
to
to
hold
figure
this
out what
thing
it
up.
is and whether it will continue.
Yeah, well, which takes us to something we've talked about a lot and will continue to. If the underlying fundamentals don't necessarily call for higher rates, then why? And is it really maybe we're starting to see true impact of supply-demand, the constant need to fund these deficits, and the unwillingness perhaps of some people to step out at 10 years, for example, and give the U.S. government
That's a
its
nice
money
area
at what
for the
would have
SPY,
been or
sure,
should be a rate
but-
reflective of current economic conditions.
I think you have to talk about the fiscal credibility. We got the Fitch downgrade, we've got Moody's warnings, we got the government shutdown averted, but
Just
what, it's
analyze,
kicked the can
guys.
down to
And like I
November
said, me
17th, where
personally,
they
I'm
still have to
taking
figure
my
out
time
big
right
issues
now.
like
I'm not
paying
going to
for
rush
the war in
into
Ukraine. I mean, there's
judgment.
some major divides. Not necessarily that's why the Treasury
very
move
clear
is like this,
rejection off
but
of that
it speaks
level.
to the overall dysfunction and lack of credibility when it comes to dealing with the debt
Just
problem.
watch for a
and
hold
with
here
the-
at
with the
427.
higher
Look
debt.
at
It's
the
coming at a
orders
time where
still there selling.
capital gains
There they
taxes,
are. They're
right,
buying
are
a
not
little bit.
contributing as
So
much
say you
money
should
to
see a
the,
bounce
to the
here.
federal
Yep.
government at a
And
time
another
where
test.
debt
Sternlicht
interest
brought that up
payments
last week.
are higher.
Right.
So all of this is converging.
So I feel like we're going to sit
and,
here and
I don't
wait
know,
and see what Powell
People
says.
are getting some flashbacks. We talked to Ed
I'm gonna see
Yardeni
if I
last
can
week, who
find
coined
it
the
for
bond
us.
vigilantes term.
Let me see if I can find that Powell.
Is it anything like the
interview or
90s?
whatever
No,
for
we
us.
saw a crazy
I don't
move
know
up in
if I will.
1992.
You may need a Bloomberg
but
terminal.
we watch it.
It may
You know,
just be
politician.
for
Will
Bloomberg
it be
terminal,
enough to impact
but-
politicians? Not at this point. But let's keep watching it.
No, and the deficit's already baked in. I mean, I suppose if you were to cut them over time, it might have an impact, but we know
Look
what
how
we're
low the
funding in terms
volume
of
is,
deficits for
guys.
this year and potentially next
Look at
year.
that.
right?
We know, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm saying in terms of forcing action that the
To
government
me, it
could
seems
take
pretty low.
when it comes to
Maybe it isn't.
austerity or reducing the deficit, it doesn't feel like we're on the brink of anything
And look
like
at
that.
Tesla still
Not
sitting
until
up there as a market
mid-November
pulls
at
back.
the very earliest. Meantime, our next guest does not believe the Fed will move rates on November 1st as higher yields, higher oil prices continue to pressure the market. Jeremy Siegel, professor of finance at Penn's Wharton School, joins us this morning to discuss. Professor, great to see you. I want to get to the Q4 playbook, but I am curious about your views with what we've just been discussing, and that is
camera's gonna piss
this
me
separation
off, man.
between the movement in
gonna
yields
frustrate the shit
versus
out of me.
inflation products, break even. Do you think that's largely technical? And if so, how much can it get reversed?
Well, I think the economy is still very strong. I mean, take a look at this ISM report. It certainly is
Yeah, it's
was
pointing
above
to a stronger
expectations. I mean,
economy.
estimates of third quarter GDP are
Watch for the
north of
bounce.
3.5%. I mean,
Watch
some
for the
like
bounce.
the GDP now are even north of 4. I think this economy is cooking. I know economic
where is
surprises,
Friday's
some of them
close?
have
Is it
been
above
negative,
us or below
but
us?
on the whole, we have a
We're right at it.
we have
So
a
we're
strong
bouncing off of
economy, and of
Friday's
course,
close.
the rising oil prices, which is is really a supply shock because OPEC is, I think, at a record restriction from their
So
capacity.
the volume on Tesla
don't forget,
is pulling
bondholders
back
look at overall
at
inflation.
these
They don't
levels,
just look
right?
at
The
core
volume's
inflation.
getting
Core
lighter.
inflation might
They're
be
not
doing
buying
good.
as much
Overall
up
inflation
there.
is going to be affected by those oil
Man, I wanna short
prices.
that thing so bad, but I'm still seeing a good amount of
I
buying
think
going
that the
on.
higher yields,
And
that's what's
I feel like
been
it'll go down. I
pressuring
just don't know if
the
I want to
equity
get short
markets.
right now.
I think the recognition that, hey, what happened last year, bonds not being the hedge that they had been for 20 years against stock declines has sort of dented. Do you want bonds in your portfolio when inflationary episodes are likely to be more frequently in our future?
You can't say that bond
There's
yields are
still a
rising
lot of
because the
green in
economy
there,
is
is
strong
why I'm
because
like-
it's not strengthening. And a
I'm just
big part of the
watching
move
the
has just happened in the
orders,
last
and
few
it's
weeks,
like-
Professor Siegel, where the
I'm
economy,
watching level
while
2 and I'm
coming
watching
from a
time
good,
and
a
sales.
strong base,
and-
it is weakening, not strengthening.
and it may
right?
start. It
So
may
there's something
start to
else
sell
going on.
off. Yes.
I'm not. I mean, as I say,
but
the third.
How do
Yeah,
I
we just
know
started the fourth
that I'm
quarter.
going to get
Of course,
followed through?
third quarter is
I feel like we
going
would
to be north of
already know if we're
3.5%.
going to get followed through or not.
We're going to get positive
You start getting something
payrolls
like this.
again. what's
You
happening
start getting a trend,
is
like
a
candles are just
rebound in
continuously
productivity. Remember,
closing
2022
lower
was the
and
worst
lower, lower,
productivity
lower. Like
I think that we
you're
had in
in the trend,
75
it's
years.
going down.
And what we see is a rebound in
You
productivity.
did it
And
Friday. You
of
put in
course,
that double top there.
the expectation that AI may perpetuate that rebound in productivity into
I
2024.
feel
So we
like I'll
don't
sense it,
need
right? I feel
blowout
like I sense it
payroll
because I don't want
growth
Powell
like
to come out.
250,
And I'm in
300,000.
Tesla,
We can have
and he says
150,000
something, the
and
market
still
just
have
whips up
GDP
and whips
growth
back down,
above
and
what
it's
we've
like,
had
hey,
for the last
I'm
2-3
just getting
years.
ate up
So
here because the market can't make up its
I
mind.
think that
You know,
the
because
economy is strong enough. I think
because
that
it's
the
because
core inflation is going to
I'm
be
getting hurt on every
stubborn.
little
But
pullback.
let's
It's
face it,
taking
the Fed,
it's taking my
has to look at
profits
what's
from me.
happened to the yields, and
Or like, you know what I mean?
that
It's like
has
eating
affected
into my
home
profits
building.
because
No
I don't
question.
have
Housing starts
momentum.
were down. Home building sentiment, the NAHB
Freaking
index
camera's really
has fallen
frustrating,
quite a bit
man.
in the last 2 months. And as you guys have all mentioned, I mean, we're getting 30-year fixed mortgages, no
I need
point
to browse
mortgages
around and look
that
at like
are
gold and stuff like that. So look,
beginning
there's the
to
break,
move
guys.
towards
So there's the
8%.
break.
That's got to
I
have
think you
some
start seeing some
depressing
sellers
effect.
start stepping
But
up
other
here at
than that,
250.
when you look at jobless claims, 200,000. Wow. I mean, that's one of the first indicators to really show weakness on the real side. I don't see it yet.
I want to see Powell's demeanor,
Professor, I want to
attitude, all
divert
that
for a
sort of
minute. You mentioned AI, and I'm always curious about your students. You know, you're teaching the future hedge fund managers, private equiteers, investment bankers, and business people of the world. How are your students viewing AI at this point, and what it's going to mean?
All right. If you guys want me to put that back up, you just let me know, and I'll throw it back up for you.
Hey, finally, Professor, if the Fed, if you don't think they're going to move in November, when we just talked about the resilience of the economy, why would they not want to move again and just to show they mean business?
Well, again, because again, take a look at what the price report is outside of this stubborn super core. It keeps on redefining it to a smaller and smaller amount, and that takes so long to go down.
Diamond said JP Morgan can handle 8% Fed fund rate.
See through in the fourth quarter to perhaps slow things down, not the recession, but slow things down. I think you can afford to wait. And again, November 14th is another date of a potential. We have the auto strike still there. We have the effect of the student loan repayments.
You okay? You okay?
He will opt to hold, but don't forget, he has 4 weeks more of data.
All right, all right, all right.
Hopefully we'll be getting to that thanks to the averted shutdown. Professor, thanks. Talk soon. Jeremy Siegel is tonight. As we kick off a new month and quarter, Squawk on the Street's got a jam-packed week.
All right, let's see here.
What investors need to know
Let's see here.
the year and Wall Street's top picks across tech.
How are they going to take this quarter, or these delivery numbers for the quarter?
South China Morning Post said China Evergrande applies for trading to resume in Hong Kong on Tuesday.
They could be waiting for 250, or they're not going to sell off at all.
But they're lighter than even the estimates that were out there. When you take a look at for the third quarter, they delivered 435,000 vehicles, just over that. The street was expecting 448,000 vehicles, and the production rate was just over 430,000 vehicles. So lackluster would be one way to put those numbers in some context here. And again, people were expecting this as Tesla forecasted.
Come on, what we got? All right, so there's a pullback, guys. Amazon pulled back into that 100-day moving average. Right, look at that bounce, boom, right into that 100-day moving average. Dang it, I missed it. Shoot. It's all good though. It's all good. It's all good. That's a pretty nice rejection. Pretty nice rejection off the 100-day moving average.
Q3 deliveries of 15,564. The street was expecting 14,000. So better than expected with production coming in at 16,304. The full year guidance remains at 52,000 vehicles. That's where they are right now. Want to remind you guys, tomorrow we will be at the Rivian plant in Normal, Illinois.
Oh, Rivian also, guys. Rivian also was
We'll talk to them about
popping off this morning. It made news.
24 in
Not sure why. It's just been going.
Diamond said McCarthy's doing well so
Real
far.
question becomes the liquidity, the capital that they have on hand. Will they need to raise more capital?
Rivian, I feel like, has been turning into a stock that's been traded like they've been trading the heck out of this thing.
You know, as you're reporting these EV delivery numbers, Phil, I'm wondering if the Ford and GMs of the world, because of this strike and the longer it lasts, if their EV plans, which are pretty ambitious and start to ramp up here, get delayed.
MNTS, momentous, popping to the high. Michael November Tango Sandy, $3.48, up 70%.
Is so catastrophic? Certainly not at this point.
That's
Where they have to
MNTS.
dial back their plans. Now, Jim
Sorry about that.
said, look, there is a
Broke major support. Yeah.
and at some point
Okay, sweet. Let me see here.
strike. Well, that may change the Detroit for the automakers in terms of their
Jamie Diamond.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice, bingo. Nice.
In the world,
Nice.
don't understand regulators' actions.
Manufacturers' losses now 1.1.
See this whipsaw in the SPY? You get this move up, down, whip it up, whip it back down.
Best of the hour. Shoe company Birkenstock kicks off its roadshow ahead of a potential debut this week.
I haven't watched J&J. I said what else last night. Asked me about Pfizer. It's funny that I haven't watched those in a little while. Biotech. Look at that failed breakdown in biotech, man. I miss that. Shit. So I do this to myself all the time. I forget about trades. Look at that, guys. Look how pretty that is. Look at the failed breakdown. Right? And look at that breakdown. And look at that pullback, retest. Boop. Done. This thing might go lower for longer. Right? Kind of like the Fed. Lower for longer. Wow. That's just so... That's such a beautiful, just failed... Man. What a pattern. Well, would you just look at it? I think I'm going to make a poster of it and hang it up on my wall. My girl will be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, I need to see it. I can't miss this shit. Can't miss it. If I see this shit again, this chart again, I need to be short.
You can age on your own terms. Retinol overnight. Benefits of retinol are now for your whole body. Plus, fast-working quick corrector diminishes wrinkled skin in just 2 days. Gold Bond, champion your skin.
We're at the beginning of one of the biggest tech booms in the history of technology. The opportunity for us.
It feels like everything wants to be bullish, but we're still a bit bearish until we get the news that, hey, we can leave class. It's like everything's ready to like go up, but it's like we can't leave yet because it's not safe and we weren't told to leave yet. We have to sit in the classroom and wait. That's how I feel that the market's feeling right now. Right? I'm serious. Like, I feel like that's how the market's feeling right now. Like, it wants to, like, go up higher, but it's like, we gotta wait, guys. We can't go yet. It's not safe. The hallway isn't clear. They haven't given us the okay, that it's okay to leave. That's just, like, what I'm sensing. Man, I'm so freaking sore. In my shoulders, in my chest.
What up, fam? Sorry about that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, where were you, dude? You're way late.
Just say the voice into your Xfinity voice remote to start watching. With Xfinity, it's a way better way to watch.
I guess it just started to pick the stream up. That's so funny.
Final trading quarter of the year is underway. Q3 was a rough ride following a huge rally at the beginning of the year. We're kicking off our week-long series looking at specific sectors and stocks that investors need to be watching as we head into Q4. Today, energy up 11% over the past 3 months, but still only up 3% year to date. Joining us to discuss the outlook for energy and oil prices is Amrita Sen,
Yeah. I know, it is crazy. It's how I feel. And now you're gonna start, you know what I mean? Like they're just like, look, we're just sitting here like, yo, can we leave? Can we leave yet? The teacher's like, nope, can't go yet. The hallway's still on fire. You know, they haven't told us we can leave. Or like there's a tornado or a hurricane or something. I don't know, right? Feels like we want to break out of this level. We don't want to go down, but we don't want to go up. Because we have Powell in a few minutes, right? The storm that is Powell. Or the fire that is Powell. That's burning in the hallway. Like, that's just how I feel. I do. I feel it. From watching level 2, time and sales, and seeing these orders, you know, it's just, you know, I feel like I wouldn't be the only one if I feel like if you guys were with me sitting here watching it too, you would sense it. You would feel like, hey, we're just sitting here and it's like it wants to go higher or lower, but it can't. It's not allowed to. Amazon. What are semis doing? AMD. I know I was wanting to look at Microsoft. AMD sold off. Double top there. Tesla. Still just hanging out. Nvidia. Nvidia is skyrocketing, guys. Kinda. Not really. I mean, it's up 3%. Nothing to, you know. It's definitely a move. Wow. Is it getting to that level? Man. So there was an upgrade on Nvidia this morning, if you don't know. And I've been waiting for this 453.75 level. I've been waiting for it. Or it could be this level's resistance. That's the level that's resistance, right? So if they say support when broken becomes resistance, so I have support, but I also have resistance here. There's a range from 461 to 452. It's a $10 range, roughly. It's about $10 range there on Nvidia. I'm going to look at that with you, buddy. You know what's so weird and crazy? I literally thought about SoFi yesterday. And then here, Trader TV's sitting there talking about them. I'm like, it's so weird. It's so weird. It's like a sixth sense or something. Last night and this morning, I was literally thinking about SoFi. Because I was thinking like PayPal, SoFi, Snow, right? All these other little tech names like Roblox and stuff like that. That if we do get upside with the Qs, that I might want to look to be long. All right, the SPY might be able to do something now. The Qs seem to be going. Right? The Qs seem to be trying to go. I'm not going to take a position yet because we have Powell. I'm going to wait. Just in case he decides to do something or not do something. I don't want to be in a position and get screwed. I'm just going to be patient. I'm going to pick my spots. And that's that. Let's see. So that's... Shit. AMZN. I need to look at SoFi and stuff too, like I wanted to. You know what's also been strong that nobody's been talking about is the is like Palo Alto. Right? Look at that. Or it was, at least on a daily chart. You know, it's been a really these you know, cyber security stocks have been really strong, or whatever you want to call them. I can't really think right now because I got to get up and move around. I'm freaking tired. I'm not tired, but like when I drink caffeine and I sit here, it's just my body. Like when I'm sitting here, I get like, you know, a little like burned out, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I start crashing. Um, so there's a reclaim of the 50-day. And tails again. What do you know? There's more tails. Google. All right, so Google's coming up into that area. It's like, hey, look, there's a nice chunk of sell orders that just came in there too. I might look at Google real quick and see if I can't possibly take a man. See, the thing is Google made a move Friday, and I feel like it. Look, it took back the whole move, and it's a pretty big move up or down, whichever. He's coming on. I think 10:45. I think 10. Here, let me see. I'll pull it up. Right here, 11 a.m. And I think that Philly Fed Harker there is the Philly guy that I was telling you guys about. So 11 a.m. Ugh. What's the dollar doing? The dollar's still rising. Dollar is still rising. The dollar's not giving a shit, guys. Well, this is what they wanted, right? This is what they wanted. Let's lower asset prices, and I love it because people don't know, but what quantitative easing is you know, creates volatility. Because quantitative tightening, you know, you have a buyer for every seller. You may not have, you know, the buying and selling in quantitative tightening is a lot different than easing, right? There's more volatility. So, sorry, I'm just like, I'm so sore from yesterday. And let's see here. I honestly still think we may go to like the downside, but not far. I think they're going to pin it right in this range until Powell or something gives us the movement. Gives us a reason to position long or short. Fed Bowman is speaking right now, I think. Come on. I don't even see it on there for Bowman. Look at those tails up there. Wow. I wouldn't doubt if Spy falls out of bed. It's like, it's just, you know, kind of just hangs it up. Tries to bounce, fails to do so, and then like the sellers and buyers are like, okay, I give up. We'll wait and let it get back down to another area, and we'll try again another day. Amazon.
With Schwab Order Execution Advantage, you get price improvement on 96% of orders and commission-free online trades. Are you getting complete price transparency? Expect more from your firm. Schwab, the better place for traders.
Want Bitcoin exposure right in your brokerage account? Get it with
All right.
Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, the world's largest Bitcoin fund. GBTC. Bitcoin investing begins here.
Man, AMD's falling out of bed, guys. Seriously, it's falling out of bed right now. There was that video for, I guess, that football person. I'm like, man, that sucks. I was logging on and it showed the car on fire and stuff. And I'm like, that's so sad. You know, a dog and a lady got killed, I guess, from the football player months ago. It's so, you know, it's like, you got to be responsible. I don't know what happened, you know. Who's to say that, you know, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I guess he got, I didn't look into it either, so I heard it briefly yesterday, and I felt like I didn't hear anything about it. That the Raiders got rid of him, I think, or like a team got rid of somebody. So I figured it was that with that person's accident, and like, you know, it's a shame.
And two of his adult sons of overvaluing and undervaluing his assets to benefit his business empire. Trump once again denied wrongdoing on his way into court and called the trial a witch hunt. Meanwhile, a massive search effort is underway for the 9-year-old girl believed to be in imminent danger after she vanished from an upstate New York campground. Authorities fear Charlotte Sarah was abducted while on a bike ride Saturday evening. They have deployed dogs, drones, boats, and dozens of law enforcement personnel to look for Charlotte. And two scientists whose crucial work paved the way for COVID-19 mRNA vaccines just won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. The panel says Catalin Perico and Drew Weissman's previous work on the messenger RNA set the stage for the unprecedentedly quick development of COVID-19 vaccines.
Yep, look at that failed hold up there on AMD.
Out of the pandemic. Guys, back to you. All right, Silvana, thank you. Just about an hour into trading, and it's kind of an up and down kind of day on the S&P 500 at least, which is now lower by 0.1%. But you can see tech's working. It's why the Nasdaq's up 0.4%. Did get
Man, that's a nice break and retest.
expanding. New orders, better, not expanding, and more disinflation momentum. Let's get to Dom Chu with more on what's moving. Dom.
All right, so Sarah, most sectors, like you point out, in the S&P are trading lower today, but it's the heavyweight sectors like tech and comm services, like you point out, that are keeping things near the flat line. But on the other hand, on the other end of the spectrum, check out utilities down about
Technology, communication services, and discretionary is leading, as usual.
that sector, by the way, is down around 10% just this past week alone. Now, names like AES, also Constellation Energy, PG&E, all among some of the biggest laggards in the sector today, along with NextEra Energy, which has fallen just around 20% in the past week. Analysts at Goldman Sachs say that underperformance is overdone right now. NextEra should be still able to average growth. They do note, though, that higher costs of capital and renewables and things like that in the high interest rate environment will persist as challenges. So keep an eye on those utilities, especially NextEra. Guys, I'll send things crawling back downtown to you folks at the stock exchange.
Dom, thanks very much, Dominic Chu. For more on what's ahead for stocks, let's bring in UBS Director of Floor Operations, Art Cashin.
Art Cashin's on CNBC, guys. I want you guys to listen to him.
I guess you brought this to our attention weeks ago. But what do you think breaks the spell?
Well, I think what you saw, Carl, was
He's the oldest guy on the trading floor.
Around 20
Very smart.
performance is over
should be still able to manage above average growth. They do note, though, that
I'm
higher
waiting
costs
for
of
Powell,
capital
guys.
and renewables and things like that in
Until
the
I
high
see
interest rate
something.
environment will persist as challenges. So keep an eye on those utilities, especially NextEra. Guys, I'll send things, Carl, back downtown to you folks at the stock exchange.
All right, Dom, thanks very much, Dominic Chu. For more on what's ahead for stocks, let's bring in UBS Director of Floor Operations, Art Cashin. Art, it's great to take your temperature again, especially regarding the market's fascination with yields. I guess you brought this to our attention weeks ago, but what do you think breaks the spell?
Well, I think what you saw, Carl, was recently the yield on the 10-year spiked suddenly up to 4.70, and then it recoiled and came back. And a lot of us old-timers said that looks very much like a parabolic exhaustion rally, that they peaked out and they're going to ease. And from that, we've got this multi-day autumnal rally in equities that popped up. Now, I wrote in my morning comments today that you have to be careful. The yield on the 10-year was creeping back up toward that 4.70. Now, if it goes back up to or through 4.70, that violates that whole idea that it was a top. So that would make everybody nervous. So what I said coming in pre-opening was that if the yield today gets up above 4.60, up into the 4.6364 area, it will put pressure on equities. And sure enough, what we're seeing is they get up to 4.65 briefly, and that cut the rug out from under the Dow Jones. So I think viewers at home, your yardstick or rule of thumb will be watch that yield on the 10-year. If it begins to inch up further toward 4.70, that'll put more pressure on equities. And if it eases back, that may give them a little bit of a sigh of relief, 4.60 or whatnot. And then
he doesn't sound
just to diverge a little bit, Carl.
Yep.
October is the month of bottoms. Okay, people talk about weak months and strong months. October is a month of bottoms, and usually they come after some kind of climactic sell-off. Now, I don't know if we can call September climactic, but ordinarily you will see in October a bottom is reached. And we've seen it in, heaven forbid, 1987 and the crash of 87, the crash of 29. 62, we had the same thing happen.
You guys hear this,
on
guys.
again.
It's
For
so
60 years I've been watching this thing. So somewhere in October we're going to get a bottom. And where could that come from? Well, earlier you guys were talking about student debt repayments are going to start today. But guess what? In the middle of the month, on the 15th, there are billions and billions of dollars in tax payments that have been deferred on the West Coast because of absolutely dreadful weather a year ago. And on October 15th, billions of dollars in back tax payments are going to come due. So there's going to be a squeeze on the banking system. There's going to be a squeeze on liquidity, and that may be a factor on both bonds and stocks. So get ready for an adventure this month, ladies and gentlemen.
Great, Art. What do you think is driving this yield move? You think it's the Fed talking higher for longer?
I've been telling you
think
guys
it's
about the banks. I've been saying it. I'm like, guys, don't forget about the banks.
Fiscal concerns starting to be a problem. What do you think it is, and where do you think it goes?
Well, it's a little bit of the combination. Once again, you're quite accurate to be on top of it. The fiscal side is beginning to pile up. It's not there yet, but we're starting to see deposits leaving the banking system. People are using them for X, Y, and Z. We had surplus money because they poured an awful lot of money into the pandemic and post-pandemic relief problems, trillions of dollars. Some of that is drying up, and that money is now starting to come out of the banking system. So that's one of the factors on yields. And
Yeah, you still
The
do have new
others
capital
are,
requirements
as I say, you're
also
going to
for
get
the banks.
deferred
That
tax
nobody's
payments.
talking
You're going to
about.
get
That'll
student
start.
loans.
They won't,
All these things are coming together in the month of October as we begin the fourth quarter. So we're looking at a kind of crab claw here, and they're afraid of getting pinched.
I appreciate that. Yep, yet another pothole to monitor, and truly appreciate the granular look at what the 10-year means for equities, at least at the moment. Look forward to talking soon. Art Cashin, thanks.
My pleasure.
Financials are on pace to be one.
All right. Let's see here, guys. So the SPY's kind of just chilling. We got a couple minutes. Got 20 minutes till old Papa Powell comes out to continue to put a hurting on this market, or and look at the indecision, guys. The S&P is literally right where we opened. We're right where we opened. You might start trending to the downside right now, but you didn't miss anything. You have not missed anything. You see what happens when you're patient? Not to say that there isn't stocks that probably haven't moved and that you couldn't have made some money. I'm sure there was, but I want to change some things, man. Like Friday, for that, I did not have to have a red day like I did. I didn't have to have it. Hold on. Of course, she gonna poop the bed. I knew it. God damn it. I'm on a 3-minute there. Come on. I don't know where. 26.
You get all of this in one convenient plan. Plus, there's a cap on your out-of-pocket costs. So call or go online today to see if there's a Humana plan in your area, to find out if your doctor is in one of our networks, and to get our free decision guide. There's no obligation, just
173.80.
Humana, a more human way to help you.
Fast Money is America's post-game show.
Basically, near all-time highs against the S&P.
You want to arm people with the information to make right decisions.
Valuations matter in a higher interest rate environment. Fast Money, weekdays 5 p.m. Eastern on CNBC.
Thursday, October 12th.
So I'm gonna look for Apple right here, guys. If we break this level here, okay, you start seeing a break of this level. That's where I'm looking at Apple to see if we can break that level and go head lower. All right. I'm not sure exactly where that line would be. Right there, 173. That's it. 173.
Good to have you, Gerard. Listen, it's not a pretty picture other than JP Morgan stock. I don't have any of the big guys up at all.
All right, so that's resistance up there. Previous support was broken. Should step in to be resistance. Look at that tail on the SPY put in. Wow. You okay? You alright, boo-boo? You okay, turkey? Alright, so here we go, right? This is the level that, again, I'm going to be watching for Apple to break. I'm waiting for Powell. That's what I'm waiting for. Alright, I'm waiting for Powell. Tesla's still just sitting up there. I have way too many lines on this chart. Way too many lines. I still feel like Tesla's got to pull it back to have any type of strength, and I think this is where you want to be short, up at 250. I think that's the area you want to start thinking about the short. Like I said pre-market, what did I say? How many people do you think got ahead of themselves and went short? I said, how many do you think is going to go short up at that 245, like what was it? Yeah, it's like 245 area, right? And this area right here, not 250. Shit. Yeah, it was that area. That's what I said I was waiting for, but I was looking at this area right here, right? This area right here, 246. So this is where we want to be short. We want to be short at the best position possible, which would be that 50-day moving average. All right, so there's the SPY. Dude, look at these candles of indecision, right? This is telling you that the market's waiting on the market, or the SPY is wanting to hear from Powell, right? We have not moved. We haven't moved. We're barely down. You're 0.24% down. But from the open, from today's open, not Friday's close, there it goes. Now the orders start coming in. There they are. Was wondering where they were. Yeah. I took notice in that, Chris. I took notice in that also. It was doing it up here too. Or trying to. Right? Or it was Tesla. It was Tesla that was doing it. I think Tesla was the one. Or no, Amazon or Apple. I forget which one. I forget which one it was. Let me see here. Amazon. Yeah, I know what you... I forget which one I was looking at that was doing it. Alright, so it looks like it's making it resistance now, but again, I don't know if we're going to get much movement until we get Powell. Because we have so much data. Like, I feel like if they're going to position themselves, they're going to do it later this afternoon or in the futures market or when the data comes out. Amazon's still going to the 100-day moving average. Let me see here. Am I forgetting something? Am I forgetting something? AMD turned back around. What else do we have? I want to see what JP Morgan's doing. Oh my gosh, come on. I just can't get that out. Look at JP Morgan, guys. Wow. So is TLT going up? I said this in a live stream last night. Nope, both going down. That sucks. Damn it. You want to see that divergence to give you the bullishness, man. My TLT calls, I don't even want to look at them. I don't even want to look at them. I literally bought it the worst time. But I literally came out and said the best time to buy it. And I didn't feel comfortable. I kind of just like took the position because it gave me the pullback. Because I told myself that I would not let it pull back again and me not be in that trade. But I did take profits on that trade, so it wasn't a waste. I gotta use the restroom real quick. If you guys have any tickers you want me to throw in this in the charts or throw up on the charts or whatever, just let me know. I hope you guys are having a great day. Powell will be on in 10 minutes. I'll turn CNBC on real quick. What's going on? Come on.
As names like all sit in the red today. Find out why after the break. We're back in just a moment. 50 now.
About when they're not. That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on.
Such a boring day, guys. It's a boring day. All right.
Smarter investor with CNBC Pro. Premium stock picks, curated research and analysis, plus CNBC's global live stream.
Let's see if this becomes resistance, guys. See if the SPY starts to sell off, or if it breaks. If we break back above, then that's telling you, hey, you know, the market wants to hear from Powell. Let me see here. Look at Tesla. Like Tesla, like it's just been hanging out. I thought we got a double bottom there. I thought, or a double top. Maybe it's a different stock I was looking at. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom.
Take a look at some of the heavy rain, of course, we had on Friday into Saturday in New York City last week. It's the latest in what has been an unpredictable year for weather events. Also starting to impact the insurers. Contessa Brewer's here, and she has that part of the story for us. We must look at that and see potential losses.
Yeah, I mean, they do, but much of that flooding may not be actually covered by insurance because flood insurance is a specialty line. A lot of people who are not in a flood zone would not buy that. And if they do, much of it would be issued through the National Flood Insurance Program. But comprehensive car insurance does cover flooding. So Allstate, Progressive, Berkshire
I'm
Hathaway,
not
Geico,
getting short right here
Travelers,
yet,
they
guys,
might
because I
all
want to hear
expect
from
to see a
Powell.
flood
Even
of
if the market
claims.
falls out of
It
bed, this
illustrates,
looks
though,
like a
the
nice setup to
unpredictable
get
nature
short.
of these weather
Right up
catastrophes.
here.
I mean,
This
you
looks
had a
like a good
wildfire
short.
on Maui.
Good short.
In the first half of this
I
year,
just
guys,
can't do it yet.
thunderstorms across
I
the
gotta
United
wait.
States
I gotta wait
accounted
for Powell.
$35 billion in insured damage. That was 70% of the total across the globe. Thunderstorms. And it's a big reason why property insurance premiums are rising. Plus, of course, insurance companies are trying to manage their own risk. They buy reinsurance for, say, billion-dollar-plus catastrophes, and the cost of that reinsurance has been skyrocketing. So over the last 12 months, the demand and the increased rates in reinsurance have sent those stocks soaring. Look at Arch Capital Group, up 75%. Renaissance Re up more than 40%. Everest Re, same thing. CEO Juan Andrade told me that the general expectation is for a 10% increase in demand for reinsurance heading into 2024.
You know, inflation has had a lot to do with this, right? There's a lot of demand for reinsurance products because we live in a heightened risk environment. So insured values have gone up. There's social inflation in the U.S., which is basically increased litigation. There's also geopolitical risk that's out there. So all of these things have led to really more demand for reinsurance and insurance products.
Fitch estimates that reinsurance will fetch a return on equity of 14% this year and next. And what we're seeing is a lot of capital coming in because of the returns that are available here. And Andrade told me, look, we've really had a switch from protection for earnings, the insurers taking out reinsurance to protect their earnings, to now protection of capital. That's a reversion to what we saw before rates were rising. So it's a big deal.
What would you say the poster child is right now for insurers who just withdraw from the market? Is it Florida? Is it California?
Yeah. I mean, California, because the core problems are still not being addressed in California, which is you have to charge enough to justify the rate. But California is trying. So they've just recently changed the rules a little bit so that they're trying to encourage insurers to come in. They say, we'll allow you to charge more, but you have to agree that you're going to issue coverage in wildfire-prone places. So that's a big shift. They're trying to tackle it. In Florida, we saw a law change that said no more one-way attorney's fees or no assignment of benefits. That was driving the cost of insurance up an incredible amount, where 80% of the lawsuits filed over property insurance came from Florida, which was only accounted for 8% of the total property claims nationwide.
Wow.
So has climate change overall changed the entire thesis for this group?
Yeah, I think that climate change is a big deal. And look, it's not just climate change, it's climate risk. But if you look, as I said, at things like hail, which previously may not have been a massive billion-dollar-plus event, you wouldn't have seen it going to insurers. But when you look now at these massive, I mean, Hurricane Ian was a big one, because remember, it covered half of the United States. That was a huge, an existential change in insurance that made them say, we've got to charge more premiums, because now it doesn't just affect Florida. It's going to affect the whole eastern half of the United States.
Yeah, and our homeowner premiums keep going up.
Everybody's.
Yeah, that thunderstorm statistic was surprising. Amazing how many. But you know, of course, a lot of trees come down, and that just causes all sorts of damage. Contessa, thank you.
Sure.
Squawk in the Streets, back red for this. Don't go anywhere.
Peacock.
Thank you. Good Monday morning. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Has there been enough pain to generate some gain? PIMCO economist Tiffany Wilding weighs in on how this market and how to get ready for the fourth quarter.
I'm here,
Well,
guys.
it's a
Sorry
clean
about
start.
that.
D.A.
Just give me 1
Davidson
second. I
says
gotta
enough
wash my
damage
hands
has been
real
done
quick.
to Clorox recently, and the stock's ready for a breakout.
Look at look at GDX. Oh, let me not do it there. Oh shit! Of course the camera goes too. Let's see. I'm trying to find the source for Powell too. So if you guys have a link to that, if anyone finds it for the roundtable, they said that they should be taking questions. I thought, but I'm still looking. So just give me 1 second. Look at GDX, guys. All right, so there's Tesla right into the 50-day, guys. Tesla just got into the 50-day. There's that 50-day moving average test. Again, I'm not sure how bearish that was today, if at all, right? If at all. Bang. So there's your test of the 50-day. All right, you broke it. You could kind of stay there. It doesn't mean it has to reject it today. But look at gold and GDX, man. It's just been getting torn up. Right? Torn up. Look at this. I missed this trade. I missed it. I can't make any excuses about that. Look at that. So that's a really nice head and shoulders there. In my book, look at that. That's as clear as day, guys. Look at that. Look at that GDX. Look, and you got a double top. You got a. All right, all right. All right, so we got that at least, the Squawk Box right now, unless one of you guys have the link. Yes. Oh, you already said that, Chris. Sorry, Chris. Yeah, it was a nice tail there. That was a pretty nice bounce. That's a second bounce. But if we continue to put in lower highs, you know, you'd put in your first high there, higher high, I should say. You know, see what happens here. If you put in a lower high and you can't break back up above this level, sellers seem to have rejected that level. They're holding pretty firm up there. And here they come. They're starting to step back in. But look at that GDX pattern, though, man. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder with a double top on the head. That's like a Batman. Like, that's so crazy. I gotta fix the camera. No, I just have it on the whatchamacallit. I'm looking for the link to get it. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to look for the link. It's a roundtable discussion, and I think they're going to be taking questions. And I don't know if they're going to like talk about policy. That's my only concern. Is I'm not sure if they're really going to focus on policy today. You know, somebody will probably ask the question. You know, Powell may say, "Look, I just told you guys. You know, we're going to sit and watch the data and see what happens." Man, I missed freaking GDX, guys. Man, that would have been a nice play. To get short, man, it might not be too late. It might not be too late. I don't know. But, you know, 25, you know, 50-cent move. I feel like I am late. Should have been short up there. Just got slaughtered. Look at that. It's all right. All right, so that's a wicked candle there. Give me the cues. All right, so Fed, he is speaking. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It might be on YouTube, guys. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There's about 1.7 million.
There we go. And that's Philly Fed. The volume's not good, guys. You'll have to give me, that's them. That's not me.
Sure, and thank you again to President Parker and thank you to Chairman Powell. Your teams have been incredible to work with, so we really are very grateful for all the work that you're doing and for coming to York today to really shine a spotlight on the work that we're doing. As many of our community partners around this table.
If it goes loud, watch your speakers, guys, because they may speak pretty loud. Just be prepared. I got it all the way up, so.
And talk about where we're doing well, but also some of the challenges that exist. And I would maybe set the tone by saying, like a lot of communities, the pandemic really compounded issues that existed prior to COVID-19.
This fucking camera.
Made them worse. So, in many ways, we're working back towards this. But in spite of the pandemic, in 2020, this community worked together over the course of a year to develop a 10-year county economic action plan. And the goal of that plan is really to be rooted in data, to understand where it is that we are doing well and where we do have room for improvement, but ultimately to make the paradigm shift in economic development to people-centered, place-based economic development. We've done that, and some of what we'll talk about today are really the fruits of that labor. We really shifted to sort of a couple focus areas. One is let's build the quality community that talented people want to live in and attract and retain talented workforce. Let's focus on.
I know, that's exactly what I said. And I said, be prepared. In case they do plug it in, it's going to be loud because I got it all the way up.
And the couple examples that I give of those overarching themes of this plan were really a lot of what we'll talk about today. We recognize in that plan that York County lags the state and national average in the birth rate of small businesses. And the reason for that is access to capital, access to resources, education, and opportunity. That led us to create the Bloom Business Empowerment Center, which is now an emerging CDFI, to really drive those resources to our small businesses throughout the county. We're now proud to say we've raised $7 million in capital to deploy. Over $400,000 has been deployed in small business grants to small businesses across the county, with a majority of those grants being awarded to businesses owned by women or individuals of color in low and moderate income communities. We've tackled bridging the digital divide through an investment of $27 million by our county government to deploy 144 miles of middle-mile fiber and build 2 wireless networks that are free in the York Metro and Hanover Metro area. And the work that we've been doing with the Philly Fed has really led us to focus on those barriers to employment stability. Issues like child care, transportation, again, issues that existed prior to COVID-19, but were just compounded. And the work that our team and the York community has done for a national cohort with the Philly Fed has really been immeasurable and has led to a lot of the work that you're seeing today. Here we sit as we focus on some of the people-centered programs. We also focus on building place. And where we sit here today in the Yorktown Hotel, a $70-ish million economic development project in the York community to ensure that this building remained a complementary asset. But we weren't just focused on the bricks and mortar, we were focused on the people inside. Tatiana, I know you had a chance to meet, but we worked closely with partners in higher ed, like college, to marry 4-year degrees and hospitality major that your college has. But we recognize that's not a pathway for everyone. So this community created a hospitality certificate program. Tatiana is one of those graduates and is now working here at the Yorktown Hotel.
Real quick before he talks, I wonder if Tesla can get to 260 and put in a Head and Shoulders.
I would like to shift the discussion and ask my good friend, here, Kim Bracey, who's the president and CEO of our York YWCA, and also happens to be a former mayor of the city of York.
Sorry.
If you could speak to how households throughout your county are experiencing our current economic conditions.
GRPN Groupon hitting $16 now at the high.
He asked to comment on economic conditions if you didn't hear it. Oh my gosh, that's so bad, guys. That was them, not me. That's Philly for you. Get 'em, Philly. Get 'em, Philly. Jay Powell in Kensington. The Badlands. I'm just kidding. It's sad. I feel bad for all the kids that have to grow up in that environment. It's so bad. I heard policy and daycare. Feels like the market's trying to hang on. You know what I mean? It feels like it's trying to hang on. But I think it rolls over. Like, I feel like it's trying to hang on, but we're going to roll it over. See what I mean? As I was feeling like the markets were trying to hang on to something. I don't even think Powell and Harker can hear them. I really don't. He's looking like, what, lady? I can't hear you.
If I could also invite, we have great partners in our employers across our
Oh, I gotta go get a haircut and shave.
Closely on the heels is at 17% is healthcare, and it's certainly been growing.
Let's check it out. Let's check it out, Chris.
County's largest employer in central Pennsylvania, is Roxanna Gapster. I was wondering, Roxanna, if you could speak to what are the
It's getting so annoying.
here in your county?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Kevin. Delighted to be here today. Thanks so much for being with us. Public health conditions in York County are underfunded, and
That is nice looking, bro. Even though I use that for, longer time frame, whatever works, right? I noticed sometimes on a 3-minute, 5-minute, they like to reject that 200 day on a small time frame. But wow, we were there we were in front of it. I put this level there this morning on the Qs. I was looking to try and take a long up there because I just want to get along here because I felt like until things changed, right? The dollar, yields are still rising, so and the longer end gets up through that level, it's going to be tough for this market to go higher. And it's looking like now we're getting a clear rejection of this 100-day moving average for now. But I agree with you. That's a nice double bottom.
I will just mention a couple of other things about healthcare in the county. Certainly for our long-term care facilities, in those businesses, we are seeing, of course, the workforce issues, not just in healthcare systems, but in long-term care.
There we go. Come on, Spy.
The new staffing ratios that went into effect July 1st for long-term care in Pennsylvania, what we're seeing is, bed closures and decreased access. So that's been really tough because then patients can't, of course, get out of hospitals to go to a long-term care facility. They are with us much longer, which isn't the right site.
I might have to go do some push-ups or something in a little bit. Come on.
We have been talking about that as a county and with our
Yep, blast off.
policy solutions might be out there.
Blast off.
We want to make sure that we are all aware that health systems really carried that burden the last few years.
Shake it off. Oh, we had Sam Bankman-Fried's trial starting too.
Thanks, Bruce Small, President and CEO of Mantech. Mantech is part of the MEP, NIST MEP network at the federal level, state level. We work under the Industrial Resource Center network. We're nonprofits supporting manufacturers. And we focus on small to medium-sized manufacturers, of which there are 3,000 in the national region here, and 1,000 of those plus are in York County. So this is absolutely an epicenter for manufacturing. While healthcare is close on our heels, we are still the number one employer, the number one in wages, and the number one contributor to GDP in York County. So it is without a doubt kind of the backbone of the center. On Mantech's side, when we're working with manufacturers, we help them in sales and marketing, process improvement, manufacturing technology, and workforce. We like to say we help them top line, bottom line, pipeline. So we're working with them holistically in the businesses to try to grow and thrive in those businesses. You heard some of the stats. I always like to say that it's made here. We have one of the most highly diversified manufacturing.
Oh, there she goes.
Non-automotive industry drives that. There's not. You pick an industry, vehicle sciences or pharmaceuticals. We have vehicles, motorcycles down the street. If you name it, we are involved in it. That diversified base provides some protection. Now,
Absolutely, bro. I feel the same way. Are you near New York, or are you in New York or near it? That's where the case is, right? It's in New York. I'm pretty sure. I'm still waiting for that Delaware case. I'll probably go to that. I don't know if he'll show up though, and I'll see, see if I can get a picture with old Sam. Not that I want a picture with him, but I just want to look at him up close. Be like, how the hell did your punk ass do that? Help me out. I want to, like. Where's that? Kinda. On the spy, is that what you're looking at? Okay, Chris, I got you, buddy. Yeah. So when they come to, they have the case in Delaware. When they go there, which I'll actually look that up. I just wrote it down on the paper. About his trial. Like I said, I'm not sure if he's going to, he hasn't been to the last two that I've seen, and I don't know if they've been back since, but if they do come back to Delaware, I think they still have to finish that court case in Delaware, and I'm going to go up there and see, I'm going to go see it the day of it. Man, this is so boring. Okay, Boo Bill. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me go give her a little extra food.
Hundreds of years, and that's phenomenal. And look, I'm kind of an optimist. I'm wearing a black. I told you guys. I'm a Steeler fan, so that you have to have some.
Leave it to Philly. Oh, that was so bad. That hurt my ears. Like, it was so loud in my ears.
Understand
what are you doing?
The entrepreneurs that are starting or maintaining these businesses and growing them, they continually are trying to adapt and advance new.
I know, bro. I know. It was so bad.
Are we getting there fast enough? Historically, you see all these great brands, and Harley's a wonderful name-based brand in New York, but I don't deal with the Harleys as much as I deal with the smaller folks. And one of the things I want to talk about was
it was just when Powell turned his mic on. They it's bad.
Governor Shapiro was in town to announce a major economic development.
I guess Powell ain't talking today.
I think that says something about what we're doing in the sector. We're seeing a company advance some of those technologies. We probably all saw the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft come back to Earth with a piece of an asteroid. That heat shield was made in Denver, PA, at Weaver Industries. So you see us in all of the York wall coverings, a couple of blocks from here. Been around since 1895. It's a company that's adapted to new fads, new technologies, new customer bases for over 125 plus years, and I think they'll continue to do so. Joseph Machine Company down the street is working with Tesla. So there's a company that no one would know unless they drove in the parking lot. They exist, and yet they are a critical partner in the transition to
all right.
Renaissance that's occurring in the country. So we have a ton of success stories.
There you go.
I want those to be the norm across the sector, and I think the number one place we can get there, in spite of a higher cost of capital environment, is making those investments in technologies that's going to drive productivity and drive your companies forward in manufacturing.
I'm going to turn it down in case Powell.
It's really my spiel on it, because I know Tom's got a lot to talk about as well, so I'll hand it over to Tom.
Or Tom.
Good morning. Tom Powelson. I'm Executive Director of the Manufacturers Association. We're headquartered here in New York, but we do cover what's called South Central Pennsylvania. We have about 450 members, which equates to about 100,000 employees.
All right, so there we go. SPYs, the S&Ps.
As Bruce said, this region is highly diverse from an economic perspective in manufacturing, but also in a structure as well. So we have a ton of Harley-Davidson.
So we look for the pullback, guys. That's what we do.
Johnson Controls.
Look for the pullback to 428.
machine shops like
We're gonna look for that pullback.
that supplies the submarine industrial base, and Tooling Dynamics, which also supplies the green energy windmill sector. So not only is it industry diverse, we don't have any dominant industry here necessarily, but we also have a lot of different sizes of companies in that supply chain. We do have some assets, though, that you may not be aware of. We were the hub of the electronic connectors industry in this region. AMP Industries from the 50s and 60s spun out. Phoenix Contact, Amphenol Industries, TE Connectivity, top of the three top electronic connector companies.
God, I hate being so groggy, man.
You may all have also heard about the
I hate it.
capital of the world. That's a term
I
we use
hate
around
it.
here,
I
from
absolutely
Hanover through
hate
New York,
it.
Lancaster,
With a
up into,
passion.
Reading, Pennsylvania, Campbell Snacks, Hugs, the Hershey Company, Turkey Hill.
Look at Tesla go, too. Yeah, man, I'm with you, bro.
Sector, in this region.
Yeah, I'm actually going to do the same thing. I'm going to go hit the gym. I'm actually going to work out here, though. You have a great day, Chris. Have a great rest of your day.
From a historical perspective,
I'll see you later on tonight.
We're born here in
I'm going to probably do the same here in a little bit, guys. I want to give this market a little bit of room. Tesla is up at that area, so I'm gonna stay on the stream for a little bit. I'm gonna watch Tesla here, see if we can get some resistance up at like 255-ish, and see if we can pull it back. If the markets decide to pull it back. So, unfortunately, Powell's press conference roundtable is just not good. They just didn't do any type of trial run before they did it. So you might get your ears blown out. Intel, yeah, let's check it out. Man, I'm thinking about getting ready to think about shorting Tesla, but man, it's a nice rally. That's a
great recession.
I would obviously wait for the signs of a reversal, but
we recovered the manufacturing jobs that we lost from the recent pandemic. We're growing and GDP is boosted and said as well. So a lot of good things to say. A couple of the other areas I think we'll touch on more. The labor issue is significant and problematic. Pennsylvania in general is a net exporter of population, so that's
here we go.
We're not sending our youth in high school to career and tech education like our competitor states are. We have about 6.4% of the students in career and tech ed. Our competitor states around us have 19% of those individuals in career and tech ed, which is critical to manufacturing and being successful. A couple other areas I wanted to mention.
You're holding above the 50-day moving average, Mike.
Most of our companies have done well.
It is.
Supply chain issue. There are still some
shortages
out there. One of our
come on.
About shortages of resin still. It's very difficult to get on a timely basis, but generally companies have adapted to that issue. Inflation is becoming a bigger and bigger problem for our manufacturers, especially our small and mid-size, which is
if we get a bounce on Intel, I would watch this area up here. I'd watch the 20-day moving average on the daily chart. 20-day moving average.
Make those investments. The price of automation.
20-day moving average.
Leverage affordable resources to invest in
I think AMD was selling off. As far as Intel is concerned, give me 1 second. I want to get this up.
Companies talked about the Fortune 500 companies coming to them with price pressure to reduce costs.
Okay, got that.
It's virtually impossible to do that.
Come
so
on.
they're struggling to balance that out with their customers. So I would say generally there's.
So here's Intel, right? You got a really nice double top up there. Let me make sure that I'm seeing everything.
A lot of our small, mid-sized
This is a major level here that was broken.
They've definitely slowed down in hiring, although skilled labor
Is that
especially.
20? Oh wow, 22.
That has trickled down into some slower investment for the manufacturing sector, especially in our mid-sized and small companies. So, lots of good news for South Central PA. We talked about compared to the state, this is a growing region overall. Healthcare, manufacturing, other sectors, but especially in manufacturing, we're highly diverse. There's lots of opportunity, lots of investment from companies still, even at this
Okay, Turkey, I'm getting it. Just give me 1 second, please.
$500 million chocolate factory in the Hershey area. We just located a headquarters for bus climate control down the road in York here. So those are still happening, but there has been a significant change of uncertainty that's happening in the marketplace. And, I guess one of the questions would be, how long can the companies...
This is unbelievable, man. Come on. I just, you know, it's... I haven't traded Intel much. I usually won't trade Intel until there's a reason, like until it gets up to here or here. Which you are just about there. Right, this level-ish.
I think they've done very well and are very resilient, especially in our region. But there is a point at which that kind of runs out. Maybe getting to that point. So thank you for coming today. I look forward to talking more.
This is a great point for us to pause. I want to thank you all.
Yeah, see what Intel does at 3650 if you get there. 3648, buddy. That's what I would watch.
I apologize for the microphone issue. And so we're just going to stay in our seats, and then we'll open it up to questions from the chair.
They're talking about the mic issues now. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta feed her.
Right, we're ready to go. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Thank you for being so gracious, and thank you for your comments on economic conditions across the region. Those were extraordinarily helpful. I'm going to open it up to the chair and President Parker to see if they have any questions before we open the discussion.
So, thank you, and thank you for your, for your comments. What's really striking about all of this to me is how important it is to have a plan, and the fact that you have had a plan and have a plan. Many smaller cities and regions in the country have had a hard time, or having a hard time, especially, frankly, those that were manufacturing based. But you have, with your plan over many years, you've really focused on manufacturing as a base to build on, and it does seem to be working. I hear you about Tom, about the challenges and the uncertainty that we're facing this time. The other thing that comes, and I think there'll be a question at the end of this, but the other thing that comes out though is we're still coming through the other side of the pandemic, right? So particularly, Kim, the comments you were making, unemployment went so high, labor force participation went down, but now we're left with a very strong labor market, people coming back into the labor market. You've got people working from home. Healthcare costs in particular is very tough on the healthcare industry. A lot of workers left the healthcare industry, and I think nationally having a very hard time to find people. So the training of new healthcare and childcare people has to be tremendously important. You mentioned, both Bruce and Tom mentioned a lot of problems around great issues to face, but manufacturing with international competition, but just also supply chain issues and inflation. So what am I going to ask you as a question? I appreciated your comments, and I wonder if it feels like your plan enabled you to come through COVID better than you otherwise would have. You know, that you actually have a plan in place, and that's what's very striking to me. I'll just open it for reactions to that.
I think it absolutely did, Chairman. And I think the other benefit that had was we had a plan in place when funding streams like CARES and Rescue came available. So we could immediately put to good use those dollars, get them out the door quick to those who most needed it. But it really did position the community well to leverage those dollars, utilize them, strategically deploy them, and then be in position now, you know, even a couple years later, to start seeing other funding sources come available, things like whether it has been Bloom or Fiber. It put us in position to capitalize upon them, and unquestionably it has put us in a better position today, a couple years hence, to also then, you know, not only continue the work that we're doing, but focus on the next challenges like the housing sector or childcare. So continue that, you know, kind of collaborative and data rich. And I don't want to necessarily punt, but I also think, Tom, the work that the manufacturing community has done now for the federal TIDE program, you know, having these plans in place and aligning all of our community partners and resources together has now put us in position to secure a very important federal designation as well.
Yeah, and based on kind of our regional partnerships and the region having a plan and working together, we were able to secure a $6.1 million project focused on workforce for the submarine industrial base for South Central PA. We have Pennsylvania's the state with the most number of critical shipbuilders in the country. The Navy's identified it. So they focused on Pennsylvania as a way to how can we increase production of those key assets in the Navy. And they've identified Pennsylvania to do that, applied some resources, and we were able to secure some workforce dollars to help focus on more machinists, more welders, more maintenance folks. And these are folks that will be training that are new to the industry. We're not going to be retraining existing folks. We need to bring that pool together to increase the number of folks that can get into the defense sector. So we just received that, so we'll be working on that as a region, leveraging our workforce assets, our local tech schools to do that. So it's an exciting thing based on the planning that worked.
So if I could follow up, on the planning, follow up with the chair, ask, kind of what's the secret sauce, right? Why does it work here and it doesn't work other places? You don't have to criticize other places. Except maybe, my wife's family's all Steelers fans from Pittsburgh, so you can criticize that. That's it.
I want to mention the chair's affiliation with the Washington Commanders. It's a rough morning. I think it sounds cliche or cheesy, but you know, I think it's true. It is the partners and the people in this room and so many others that are putting that plan, you know, to work. It's very much not a plan sitting on the shelf. I mean, it really is. Things like CARES came available, rescue funds came available. We've been able to procure, you know, state and federal support for a variety of things. We didn't sit back and wait, you know, for those funds to, you know, dissipate or evaporate as they tend to do. Put them to good use right away. So I really do think it's the ability that we've had to align a lot of disparate parties and people and organizations really for the kind of North Star that we've been after, which is just, you know, enhancing shared widespread prosperity in this community.
Just if I can echo that, you know, so many smaller communities have really suffered from losing aspects of their manufacturing base, and you kind of made it a centerpiece of your strategy not to let that happen. It seems to be working. I get it that there are many, many obstacles to that, but it's pretty striking that this can be really at the heart of what you're doing here.
Can I ask you to illuminate a little bit more granular and ask about the digital project that you mentioned, kind of broadband, and broadband is now kind of critical to work, critical to school. Can you talk a little bit about the gaps that exist in terms of broadband access in the region and how it's impacting the economy?
Sure. Thank you, Teresa. we're a county of 450,000 population, 900 square miles. So it's a pretty geographically large county, an hour drive, hour plus, county line to county line. In 2020, when we were doing our economic plan, CARES funding became available. We, with support of our county government, were able to do a countywide connectivity study to really lend data to anecdote, right? We know if you're driving around and you lose cell service or you're in a pocket where it doesn't necessarily have broadband, we were able to get real objective data. So there are absolutely pockets of York County and rural York County that are upwards of 70% without federally defined high-speed internet. And in York County, it's really twofold. It's infrastructure in rural parts, and it's affordability and access in urban areas. So there are pockets in our York metro, in the city of York, or in Hanover Borough, where it's upwards of 50% don't have access to high-speed internet. So we've been trying to bridge the digital divide in York County, and again, through support with county government, through rescue and CARES funding, we've now have $27 million allocated. And in terms of a fun project that we didn't let sit on the shelf, we knew this existed. We did the county study with CARES funding, which was under a time crunch to spend. We opted to just build a middle mile network under a county asset, which is our Heritage Rail Trail. It's a 16-mile bike ped path that starts in the city and goes to the Maryland line. 40 years ago, the planners at the time buried conduit underneath it. It's a county park. It's owned by the county. We ran 16 miles of fiber underneath it, put up 2 wireless antennas, and are pushing out a free Wi-Fi signal. That was a proof of concept project that showed that we could do it, and the county could own this asset. And now we're in a second phase where we're building out over 100 miles of middle mile fiber connecting parts of southern York County. So really Hanover to the Susquehanna River, Route 30 to Maryland, that the county will own, and then work with private operators to then serve as an ISP to better connect homes and businesses. That tackles the rural element of it. The urban affordability and access still exists, and in that our county government allocated $5 million to build a free basic need wireless network in the York Metro and the Hanover Metro area. That's underway, and that'll be up and running, hopefully in 2024. So it's not the type of network that a resident in the city might stream multiple devices or binge watch on Netflix. But if you need telehealth, if you need a virtual meeting, if your child needs to do virtual learning, it's a resource. And so, again, credit to having an economic plan that said this existed, doing further study to lend objectivity to anecdote, and then having resources available and having a host of partners, community organizations, and elected leaders that said, let's invest this wisely.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, Kim, I was very curious about, you talked about one side of the equation on child care. Obviously, the demand is very large. But what's driving the cost, some of it also is availability of labor. Can you speak to that? I mean, what we hear in other places is it's just hard to find child care workers.
The cost, again, for the individual families, everything is driving those costs, right? The cost for goods and services just to survive as a family is part of that. And for a family to decide what they are going to pay for, I think are some of those things that come into play. The cost to run an operation obviously is everything. I'll say the regulatory parts of it, staying compliant, having enough staff.
Sorry, team, I had to go feed her real quick.
Being mindful of making sure everyone is able and trained properly as well too. So we are very happy to be part of those sort of plans because childcare, you can't do
heavy volume rejection up there, guys.
Without having a means for the children or care for them as well too. So the leadership YCA to be inclusive with childcare is critical to this, and definitely thinking of those costs and those things that affect the family just to get by every day. We appreciate being part of the conversation and being in those studies.
Let's see if we can hold that level.
I've often heard that child care is the workforce behind the workforce, and I do think that's a true statement.
Indeed.
So thank you for those perspectives on economic conditions. If no one wants to have any
talk about that. As you know, the Fed has a dual mandate, stable prices. We're working on that.
And price stability.
And maximum employment. The way I think
Oh,
of that,
price stability, maximum
personally,
employment.
the chair may have a different view, but is obviously that everyone who wants a job can get a job. But then the flip side,
God bless you all. Thank you guys for the likes. If you guys are new here, welcome.
everyone who wants
If you guys have any questions, you can throw them in the chat. All I'm doing is shutting the door real quick.
It's really broken. So as we think about this and the kind of programs that are necessary to fulfill that mandate, it really needs outreach. We need to bring more people off the sidelines into the economy, more people working that in jobs where they thought they probably couldn't work, right? Or they didn't have the skills to work. It's starting to get more people into the right places with the skill sets they need to have those fulfilling careers. And for the employers then to have those employees who want those fulfilling careers and have the skills. So, you know, we met with such a great person this morning, Tatiana, to my right, to talk about the program here, the hospitality training program, and how it really does meet that need of bringing people into the workforce. So I want to turn to you, Tatiana, and ask, how did you hear about it? And as you think about the program, you know, what challenges did you have in finding employment before the program? And what's happened
I
since?
do have a couple things that I got to do after this.
So I heard
Tatiana.
about the John Lambert training program,
Tatiana.
the business program that I was doing through the YCA with Kevin.
This is
and
crazy.
Steve.
This flipping camera.
And
Wow.
that's kind of how I started doing this small business program, and then that's when I heard
If it
about the
freezes
John
again, I'm
Lambert
sorry.
program,
I'm just going to leave
which
it be.
is a program that helps you,
Let me pose.
depending on which department that you're looking to go into. It could be either housekeeping or in the kitchen or front desk. It was
Y'all
a
think I'm
program to
playing.
help you start that journey on what to expect, what the employer is looking for. So I ended up taking each course that they had, so housekeeping, front desk, just kind of to get all those things under my belt. And I knew it was something that I could take, you know, whether it not be here at the Yorktown, it's something that I could have under my belt or in my resume that could help me in the future as well.
Let me get my good side.
I ended up doing this program, and I got my certificates for each program that they offer.
All right, here we go.
And I really think that it helped me get my foot in the door. I don't think without those certificates that I got, I would have had the opportunity that I do now. So I started here due to because of the training program. I did my interviews, and I got my foot in the door. So I started here as a server in February. And I quickly worked my way up from everything. So I'm currently a manager, and I'm hoping to go into the sales and marketing department here with the hotel. And as far as any
Nice job, Tatiana. I didn't know the mic was. I was talking the whole time.
I was seeking employment, but I was kind of looking to also work for myself. That's why I got into the small business program first.
And it's
so I
girls
don't know
like
how
Tatiana that
it
the
would be
Fed
to
hates to
seek
raise
employment
rates, but
right
they
now,
have to.
But I know a few people that also applied to the hotel that didn't make it to an interview. So I think the John Lambert program definitely helped me start my way and my journey into the hotel. I don't think that without it I would, you know, have the opportunity that I did today.
Yeah, it's a great program. We heard
Stand,
earlier
Tatiana.
that the program is named after an employee who worked here at the hotel for 60 years.
Yes.
I mean, what an amazing story, right? 60 years. So what a great testament to him, his family, and to the program. So, let me turn to Keith. I mean, in your story in Harlem.
So my name is Keith Forty, and I work with Harley Davidson. Been there just about a quarter of a century, which I find hard to believe. So about half the time they've been in New York. But I was a part of a employment readiness program as well. And what I lacked when I took a look at this motorcycle maker in the sky that was here in York.
That's so cool. They're
I can't be
next to Jay Powell and whatnot.
program did for me was give me the skills that I needed, the knowledge.
I feel like
that
it's
I
getting
needed,
ready
and
to
I think
pause.
Most importantly, the
The camera.
confidence. And that's confidence in that knowledge, confidence in those skills, and just straight up confidence to sit in a room and talk to a panel of people, which that was the first time I had ever done that, a 5-panel interview, and have the confidence to tell them why I would be a good fit for their organization. And without that program or that availability to strengthen the workforce and make sure that they can align with what manufacturers need, which the group over here does a great job of
Watch the camera not freeze.
we're aligning not only as a manufacturer, but as an employee base, as a labor pool. When we have that connection, that's where the magic happens.
So let me pivot to Jesse.
We're getting some decent volume there, guys.
Your work.
This is it. Look how big the candles are. Like, I think this is.
Yep.
This could
Thank you
be
for the
it.
opportunity to share. We welcome you to York. We're
Some
proud of
nice
our community.
volume, a
And
lot of
before I
nice
jump
selling
into the
there.
workforce, I just have to say,
Bulls are
that's
giving
probably
up.
one of the things I'm most proud about.
There goes
is the
Intel.
collaborative nature of everyone around this room. And it truly is what makes this community so strong. We're transcending the real partisan fault lines that can divide us. Eagles, Steelers, Commanders. If we can get past that, we can do anything, right? But Harley, we have amazing training programs here at Yorktown. We've got community-based organizations in higher education and the business community. We were talking with President Harker before. What are the things that if a community can transcend, we can do some really great work? And it's getting past the two barriers of who gets the money and who gets the credit. And I think this community, I've been really proud around. It's not fighting for the money or the credit. It really is truly collaborative. I think, in talking about the workforce, I think the underlying element in the dual mandate.
Oh, come on, Cameron. I know you want to freeze, bro.
Is that full employment. And it's been well documented that one of the biggest barriers that we're facing right now, one of the key issues that most businesses are facing, both here in South Central Pennsylvania and across the country, is a lack of workforce, right? So as the CEO of the Workforce Development Board that serves an 8-county region here, which includes York, but also 7 other counties, it is our goal to invest in, evaluate, and advance high-impact workforce programs.
Man, the Sabaya is just going to sell off, bro.
We envision that this region can be a
It
place
still hasn't gone that far, but
prosperity and growth
man, that
exists for all
stinks. I
people,
missed
both for job
that.
seekers and businesses. And so part of what we do as a workforce board is we're looking at those individuals who are on the sidelines, right? Let's carry the NFL metaphor a little bit, right? It's somebody
So
who
watch
is
the
not in
retest
the
of
they're on the sidelines, they got their
425.91.
helmet, their pads ready to
You
go,
want to
and
wait
they
for that
want
9
to
EMA to get
the
brought
Workforce
down
Development
and get,
Board,
kind of meet
our
it
mandate
over
is
here
to
like
get those
426,
individuals the
24.
skills, knowledge, training, and education to get into the workforce.
You want to see it, pull it down and see if you get orders still
So,
back up here.
what are some of the barriers that we
or at
see?
the time here.
As it's been well documented, the demographic
Because as it
droughts,
goes up, it'll
are
pull that 9
difficult to
EMA right
reverse.
down. It should start to
Aging
bounce here,
population
guys.
across the country, low birth rates. Quick anecdote. This is my first day back from paternity leave. We just welcomed our 4th child a couple weeks ago. So we are doing our best to keep those birth rates as high as we possibly can. But it's going to take more than one family, right? So these are structural problems that are going to be challenging for us to navigate. So in a world in which there are structural limitations to the size of the workforce, that really is, not to borrow the term, but it's lower for longer in terms of the number of people in the workforce. How do we make that workforce more productive? And so the biggest barriers that we see is that really this should be a golden age for workers. When we consider that there are often more jobs available than there are available workforce, we're seeing that with rising wage pressure. This should be a golden age for workers. And so what is motivating workers, both here in New York and across the state and the country, is really pay, pathways.
I give up. The
and
camera's not going to
I'd
freeze
probably
until I
have
put the
fourth one
cup
in there.
down.
The ability to pivot. So pay. What are the wages and what are the opportunity occupations, such as manufacturing and healthcare, that will be able to support my family, right? The family-sustaining wages. So we use a lot of that family-sustaining wage and MIT's living wage data to say, are these opportunity occupations that will really help workers find pay? Pathways. For some of our higher education folks, if we have a college graduate coming up in May, what's the likelihood that that recent college graduate will need no more training, education, or professional development over the next 40 years of their career, right? 0, right? So we need the opportunity to build really strong pathways. One thing that includes is the agility to be able to move and be nimble as there are changes in the labor market. I was thinking about, Bruce and Tom, your comments about manufacturing, 4.0 industry. How much will manufacturing change over the next 5, 10, 15 years with AI, automation, robotics? We need the pathways with our higher education and post-secondary partners to be able to build the agility into those pathways. And then purpose, right? Workers want to be a part of something bigger than
All right, I
just
give
be a
up.
cog.
Camera wins. Camera
Harley and
won.
the incredible impact it's had on the community. So pay, pathways, purpose, and then that ability to pivot, right? To be able over the next 40 years to get the skills, knowledge, and ability to adapt with the changing times. Two other real quick comments here is one of the things that we see is that and we've noticed this a barrier with workforce development is that there's this unfortunate dichotomy of either college or career, right? And we see this with higher education. I'm sure seen this significantly, but even in parents and guardians, so this idea of my kid's going to college and that's the only pathway, right? It was 13th grade for me. That was just the next logical step. I didn't know there were other options. But I would like to say that if we as a community,
Oh my God! I knew it. I knew it would freeze as soon as I stopped.
To source a skilled talent workforce, both
That's
through
fine. I'm cool
bachelor's
with that.
degrees and in what we would call
cool with
skilled
that.
through alternative.
All right,
routes,
let's get to
or
work.
STARS. And this is an acronym that Opportunity at Work, which is a great organization, has really piloted. The skilled through alternative routes, apprenticeships, on-the-job training, co-op programs.
All right, so there's a
career
nice
technical
hold of that
education.
50-day
There are
moving
many
average on
ways that
Tesla.
we need to build a skilled workforce in alternative routes from bachelor's degrees. I'm the beneficiary of a bachelor's degree. I think many of us here are in this room. But in order for us to solve the underlying problem of not enough workers, we need to source this through alternative routes. Last thing I would say is we have some great industry partnership programs here. Tom and I have been working together for 7 or 8 years on a number of industry partnership programs, grant funded through the state, where we put employers at the center of the table, so to speak, and let employers drive the conversation around what they need, what's valuable, and what the skills, knowledge, and training is really valued in the market today. Then the economic development, workforce development boards, and higher education respond with that demand-driven approach. And I think that's a real best practice that we've done a great job of here in this region, and I think it's replicable across the country to put employers at the center instead of the train and hope that those graduates can perform in the market. It's putting those employers at the table and saying, this is where we need to invest. So there's a lot there. I'm really excited. I love your optimism, Bruce, about this region. My wife and I are transplants here. We moved here 12 years ago. We're just up north the road on 83 a little bit. This is home. This is a great place to live. It's a great place to work. It's a great place to raise a family. Great institutions, great businesses, low cost of living. So the story of South Central Pennsylvania, I think, will be a lot of the story of American growth. We love Philly and Pittsburgh, but what's happening here is really exciting. Yeah, absolutely. So at this point, speaking of higher education and our friends at Harley, Dimitra, David, and Tom are going to talk a little bit about some of the ecosystem that we've built here, a great group of partners, including our business community, that's so instrumental in driving this conversation.
Hello, Dimitra Middleton. I'm Harley Davidson, York Final Vehicle Operations Plant. We actually just celebrated 50 years here in York. And so again, excited to be at the table and have these partnerships with the various organizations here. I just moved here in 2019, so I'm not originally from York, but I found that York is a great place to live, work, and play, and a lot of it was that initial connection we made with York County Economic Alliance Council. So a few things that we've been able to partner with them for example, the job fairs. We participate in some of our job fairs at the York Revolution Stadium. We've been able to communicate that, again, Harley Davidson, it's a brand name that everyone knows. We make the world's most desirable motorcycles. Everyone wants one, right? But a lot of people don't realize that some things we've done to respond to the market is you only have to have a high school diploma or GED or 1 year work experience anywhere. We will train you as a production technician employee.
That's a nice flag.
We have a 3-shift operation. Again, we run pretty much 24 hours. We're a union shop, so we have a lot of great opportunities, and through partnerships, we've been able to share those opportunities. With us not being the only manufacturer, as we said here, and a lot of competition, we found that working together, not only with the Manufacturing Association, Mantech, the local colleges, but also the Penn Airs, the Bus Climate Control, RHI Magnesita, we found that we all need the same thing. So how can we work together and be collaborative in offering those opportunities to our employees? At Harley, we found that a lot of us needed welders, for example, in this organization. So we've been able to partner with the Manufacturing Association, with York County School of Technology for the past 4 years. We've been sending our internal employees for free training because of that to be welders, and that's been a successful internal career development program for us.
Look
We've
at
also
Tesla
been partnering with the Manufacturing
Look at Tesla
Association,
bouncing off of that 50-day.
that is another topic when we get together in a lot of our conversations with the manufacturers. We're all
I'm wondering
the same skill sets.
if you do get
So
like
we've been
a
able to work
little
together,
like head and shoulders
to
there.
move forward with that. I know when you were mentioning about, college isn't the only
If it
option.
does start to
I laugh all the
close
time
the
because
days higher,
my
it should
father
bring
worked
that
30
50-day
years
moving average
manufacturing,
up.
retired from there, but
You got a
college
nice.
was the only opportunity he ever discussed.
Because what you want to do
So
is,
once got
I know
into
they're talking. I'm sorry to
manufacturing, I was
interrupt.
like, "Dad, you never told me."
But you want to picture what the moving averages are going to do, as the stock does what it does.
So with my children, I was
Okay.
able to say, hey, this child, college was a fit, but this child it wasn't. So we
Okay.
were to talk through, and because of the partnerships I had, he was able to get his HVAC
We do have a gap fill up there.
certification
A gap,
through
I
the
mean.
York County School of Technology Adult Education Program. So again, we have all of these great partnerships and opportunity. Another thing that with the Welcoming Workplace Initiative, that
Notice
a
how
lot of us were
Tesla
able to come together as
did
partners
close
to
green
bring
Friday,
together
while a lot of other ones
conversations
closed
where you
red.
have these various organizations where we can talk about how York is a great place to work, live, and play. And it has become a consortium of conversation where you can get more information about making sure that your workplace is inclusive, there is belonging, and you have those other organizations that you can learn from. At Harley-Davidson, it's a part of our strategy that inclusive stakeholder management, it's who we are. But I'm still able to talk to a Penn Air, to Bus Climate Control, RHI Magnesita, to find out what are they offering. And businesses of all sizes have that opportunity where we can collaborate through the Welcoming Workplace Initiative. Some of the barriers I'll just add that, again, has been a great partnership for us. Partnering with York County Economic Alliance, we currently have a child care survey that we're doing, and I work closely with the YWCA as well. And so that has been a challenge. I know Wellspan has the same challenges. When you have a 3-shift operation, 3rd shift child care is a big thing. And so we've been able to work together to try to figure out, okay, what can we find out what York needs as a community, and how can we work together to support it, because Harley-Davidson is a big name, but we can't do it by ourselves. So we need those partnerships. Same thing with transportation. That's another big one for us. We've been able to work to talk about what are some transportation options for our employees in the workforce.
Chairman Powell, President Harker, thanks for being with us. My name is Thomas Burns. I'm the president of York College of Pennsylvania, and I'm the newbie around the table. I just finished my 3rd month here, and so part of my role is to say that I'm here because York is a place where I felt I could thrive, and it's a community that's built on collaboration and cooperation. Everyone around this table has a connection to York College, and York College has a connection to everyone around this table. And it's lovely to be at a place that is interdependent and collaborative and cooperative. As Demetra said, part of what we all need to work on is the idea of attracting and retaining talent. And part of the higher education, portfolio that David and I work in is really helping to attract people into our community, helping train them, and helping them stay here. So for the college, it starts with a program called YCOSP. It focuses on students.
And I'm here, guys. Just give me 1 second. I'm just listening to this and
is
kind of waiting for their
regardless of
responses.
financial circumstances, chance for students to come to college with all their expenses covered. And it is meant to give them an opportunity to engage in higher education, if that's what they want to do, to change their potential and opportunities here in York, but also to change the pathway their families are on. And so it's a wonderful opportunity to bring people in and help them find their place and their purpose, and then help them develop
Here it goes. The cues.
skills and opportunities that will make this a richer
357.
workforce area. We're also engaged in working with the community to help identify data sources that can help the community make good decisions. So we have a Master's in Public Policy Administration started recently because we recognized that the community itself had lots of data and lots of information, but didn't have a place to collect it and to gather it and to use it to make good decisions. And so part of our role as being sort of a politically agnostic entity is to help bring that data together and provide it to the decision makers so they can use it to make good decisions about their future. Of course, we're really interested in job placement and job development for our students, and so we spend a fair amount of time focusing on real practical, hands-on education at York College. So we're heavily invested in internships and co-ops and study abroad, and an opportunity that the Yorktown, where we are all meeting, has provided us as a community hotel was an opportunity for our students during the development, the construction, and really the operation of this entity is to bring our students into those conversations and have them sit with the people who do the work and do the business, learn alongside them, and then ultimately see this as a career opportunity for them. And so we have many graduates recently who have come on to work at the Yorktown as part of that process. Right outside these windows, you can look across the street and see the Gunter Smith Center for Community Engagement, named after my predecessor. But we put in the center of the city a location that brings together community organizations, nonprofits, provides training and conversation partners to help make sure that as a community we are discussing the important topics that matter to all of our success. And so these are conversations around group violence intervention and other opportunities where we can bring the shareholders, the stakeholders together, talk about the issue, and then develop solutions together, because together we're going to do this well. If we do it as a separate entity, it doesn't work. And so you've heard that around this table all morning. And then last but not least for us is the importance of taking the concept of career and professional development into the development opportunities. So the J.D. Brown Center for Entrepreneurship is our incubator for new entities who want to establish new businesses in the York County area, but then it transcends itself into a place that we've developed called the Knowledge Park. So the Knowledge Park is sort of the next step for those incubated companies where we've built a facility right next to the college where we bring in our business partners who want to work with the college faculty and college students and college staff to help create and develop new ideas that then can either form new companies, new jobs, new opportunities, but it serves as a second stage incubator. Our partners at WellSpan are also developing a production facility. They're a well-established company, but they need more space. So we can provide that space, but also an opportunity to collaborate with our scientists, our engineers, our communication specialists to develop training and opportunities for their faculty and their staff. And so what we see ourselves, David and I, are as places that can incubate, attract, retain, and develop new ideas. And I think David's going to spend a little time talking about the Launchbox program that Penn State York developed.
Thank you, Thomas. My name is David Christensen. I'm the Chancellor at Penn State York, and I welcome you here to the York community, Thomas. I look forward to working with you as a partner. Penn State University was founded in 1855, and in 1863 it took on a mission of being a land-grant university. What essentially that boils down to is it accepted the responsibility of driving economic prosperity. Historically, that has taken the form of students in classes, preparing a workforce for the future, but a profound change took place about 9 years ago when a previous president, Eric Barron, created the mission of the Launchbox at Penn State University. The Launchbox is the notion that we bring our expertise outside of our university community and into the surrounding community to engage with individuals who were not Penn State students. So he was very interested in tech transfer. It started, first of all, at University Park, but extended to all of the 20 Commonwealth campuses. We were the last campus of the 20 to get a Launchbox here at York, and that was just 2 years ago during COVID. So each of the Launchboxes adapts to the local needs of its community. So for instance,
there's the area you want to start. Man, there are long positions going in, guys. That's crazy. It's not that green. It's still red as hell. Oh man, I feel like, guys, I feel like this is going to break. 425 is going to break.
So working with individuals on proof of concept, developing prototypes of products, proof of relevance, customer discovery, minimum viable products, and so on. This was before the Bloom Business Empowerment Center started, and it is a very similar mission, and we look forward to working with partners just like that. Oftentimes we find individuals who are at a different stage of their entrepreneurial development, and we'll send them to the different resources in the area. One example that I could give you of work that has been done was, incidentally, a Penn State York business student, an individual who wanted to create a bisexual dating app. There was Grindr, there was Tinder for other communities, but there was nothing for bisexual dating. So she came up with the idea of Binder, B-I-N-D-R. And you can actually download it right now if you want to. She came up with the idea. She worked with our Launchbox community, a couple faculty members who shared their expertise. We connected her with a local IT individual, and now they've created this app, and it's doing very well, and it's getting a lot of notice. So the Penn State York Launchbox is great. We are part of this community of launch boxes throughout Penn State, throughout the community. We're a portal to other resources throughout the university. Now, you might be familiar with the Brookings Institute study a couple of years ago looking at technology transfer within Pennsylvania.
Yeah, hold on one second.
They looked at the universities, they looked at the ratio of research expenditures and patents.
Honestly, let me
and
see,
Penn State
buddy. I'm not
University was not
sure.
performing very well.
I have.
We do have $1 billion
I'd have to
annually
fix
in research
this.
expenditures, but about 95%
I'll look at it in
of
one
that is
second. I could
located
probably
in a,
look at.
rural county in the middle of Pennsylvania.
What
far
is
from
it doing?
Pittsburgh,
Because
far
this
from
is
Philadelphia. It's felt that we could be using the launch boxes
Well,
as
look
this
at that long,
connection
man.
to the
But the
greater
order
university
flow just still doesn't match.
The challenges we have
All
is
right,
making
that's a
that
breakdown.
connection because the
Pop back
Launchbox
up,
initiative,
retest it, take it
something
above
new.
it, reject
We
it.
don't have the resources, we don't have the expertise of the faculty.
I'll check. I'm
but
gonna
we need
check
to
it one
figure out
sec
a way
for
to
you.
make this
I
system
just
work more efficiently.
I'm gonna bring that because I don't really have it on
Finally, I'd like to
Thinkorswim.
also mention
I'll have
that
to
in
go to
addition to the
TradingView.
Launchbox, we do focus on developing skills within our own students outside of the professional, or excuse me, the academic
Yeah,
skills
that's-
you get within a major.
That's cool, man.
We focus on helping students get ready for
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna
professional
hold up one
workplace,
second.
through training on innovative thinking, resilience, emotional intelligence, and so on. So we're very proud
How's
of
your
these
day going,
innovative,
Usually? Are you doing all right?
programs,
Having a
and
good day?
frankly,
I hope
think
so,
this is
bro.
one
I
of
hope
the
you're having a
ways
good
that
day.
Penn State York
My camera's
does
froze. I'm
contribute
still here. I just don't feel like activating it, deactivating it. I've been doing some work on the stream, and it's been being a pain in the ass. Brian Belsky buys more Oracle. Of course he does.
Once again, I find myself wanting to comment, so this is-
Where's your
this is
guitar
really
at, pal?
The word that comes to
Play
mind
him a
is
song.
mindful. How mindful all of this is. You know, the focus on developing people.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna get some. We're gonna get some volatility. It's gonna be
Just as you
coming,
pointed out,
especially like I was telling the members
be a great
earlier. Like,
time to be
especially when we get this labor data.
job openings for every unemployed person.
Look, he's already gonna start talking about the labor market.
Labor shortage. Lots of opportunity. So
Mike or Powell, talking to the mic, my guy.
is what we all desire at the Fed is a sustained period of strong labor market conditions. When you have a sustained, the record is clear, a long period of sustained labor market conditions, lots of good things happen. You get real wage increases. You also get things like broadly over the country.
Okay, that's all good, man. And any questions you have, you know, we're here to help, bro. You know, boy, or I don't know if you're a guy or not, but pump it up, exactly. Pump it up, pal. I can't even hardly hear him.
To have that, though, the record is also clear that we need price stability. Price stability is just a critical piece of bedrock for the overall
I don't know. This is going to be a tough area
That's
here.
why we're very focused on restoring price stability.
If we
having
can,
a long period.
I feel like this is our range, right?
Again, this is
425, high 427s for right now.
programs that we also hear.
We have some things coming though. We have some news coming. I think tomorrow might be an alright day.
Characterized as what was the program? You got a nice description of
Man, everything's still getting hit, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, those really do seem to work and pay off. And this is a message that obviously the people in York have gotten. So it's very encouraging.
There you go. So Daddy needs some new shoes. Daddy needs a new PS5. Let's go, bro. Cut the crap. All right. Look at that, guys. We should pull back. We should get a pullback. He has some decent volume on the bounce back. If this is a failed breakdown, so we tested that level. It's a major level right here. I put on a 15-minute chart. As long as we don't break it, oh man, the order flow is just stacked to the sell side. You know, we're getting a bit of buying right now, but it's still overweighted with selling. I don't even have to look at the level 2 to every little bit of progress we make, I feel like is met with that, right? That big sell pressure just comes in droves. Look at that, guys. See what I mean? Look at that. Bang, bang, bang. Like, right? They're hitting it to the sell side. The algorithms are to the downside right now. So it's going to be really hard to keep this market up. There are 2,000 shares. Again, there's 2,000 share orders to the sell side. So here's your buyers. The buyers are just kind of sitting in this area. But they're going to give up, just like they did up here. They gave up. So there's too much to sell. Not enough buyers, not enough money to buy. They're slowly selling that COVID money that they got a second chance to sell at highs at.
York City and York County, I think it really does take a productive network of businesses and community-based
Yeah, man.
organizations,
Yup.
economic development and workforce development boards.
It's important to know, like, it'll help you. Now, we got a mixed bag right now, but still, I would weigh it to the sell side right now. They're still sitting there and holding it, but selling, the order flow is just to the sell side, pretty heavy. You know, it's there's still you got some takers here grabbing. And I'm looking at the sizes too. I mean, this just again, it just comes in out of nowhere, bang, just fills them with the sells.
If those individuals are working, they probably aren't going to come to our American Job Center during 9 to 5. So we need to. It's prohibitive for us to say just.
The right hand side is BITO, which was I was looking at Bitcoin for you. So this was the ETF for Bitcoin, ProShares Bitcoin. I want to see if we make a new low. Guys, if we break 425, I'm telling you right now, we're going back to the downside. This is our last, you know, this is our last area to say, like, if you want any type of hope in upside or any kind of range, we got to hold here, right? We got to hold here. Look. You see that? And we do need to look at small caps and stuff too, because a lot of these small cap companies could be in trouble and they start running out of money and can't finance what they need to function as a company, and it costs more to finance it. They get less because rates are higher and they don't get as much as they need or want, you know, and they're paying more for it, and it's just doomsday for small businesses. Smaller, I should say, businesses. I'm going to pull up Tesla real quick, and then Tesla's been strong like bull today. Elon will lead us to the promised land. Oh my gosh, this audio. Let me go to Bitcoin real quick. I do want to check that out. Oh, come on. That's crazy. These people get to sit with Powell.
It's not just in New York, it's not just in central Pennsylvania, but across our country and really supporting to drive
I was just thinking something crazy.
That showed that York County lagged the business birth rate when it came to women, individuals of color, and our other underserved populations.
Yeah, that's so true.
At the opportunities to come from that.
Yeah.
Where can we really
Yeah, it's BITO, BITO.
not just on housing or childcare, but again on the sense of entrepreneurship, because many of our entrepreneurs
So this is what I'm watching.
get to hear from all have a sense of passion and desire to help their communities. So
Watching the dollar and I'm watching rates, but
our Blue Business Empowerment Center, where we've been able to offer, we launched officially in February of last year, and through that have been able to offer free educational for entrepreneurs in English and Spanish at a local community center, Christmas Addicts that we shared earlier, where we connected with Tatiana, who then was able to take the Johnny Lambert hospitality training courses and really help that be an opportunity to grow the awareness in the community. Through that,
let's
we've
see
also
here.
been able to award, be a source
Let's
for
see the daily chart. So there is some good here. You know, as long as this isn't a failed break higher, you're still holding, right? You're still just a slow climb up. You are above the 50-day moving average. It's just we gotta watch yields and rates. The dollar's rising and Bitcoin's not falling. That's what you want to see, because that's going to tell you that, you know, Bitcoin has strength. Because if it didn't, then rates and the dollar, you know, could mess with Bitcoin. At least it would signal a sign of risk off, and you don't really have that with Bitcoin right this second. You know, this would be a place to start taking risk off. This like, you know, you have this resistance level up here at 28,969. Okay. I would look to see if we can get up here to 29,000, call it, and that's what I would be looking for. Sorry, I'm just looking 28, 9, 29.
And speaking of the great entrepreneurs here in the room, I would love to turn it over to Michelle.
Yeah, I love it.
From Fat Pat Brewing to share about some of their experiences through Blue.
He said, "Look at that big old green candle." That's funny.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am Michelle Wright from Luxor, Maine. I am Michelle Wright from
And I
Luxor,
love
Maine.
it.
I have been in business now for 8 years.
Hey, kind of young Jeezy.
Yesterday,
And I love it.
Being a business owner in York is definitely taught me so much, especially back in 2020 when everything was closed. I had to close my business due to the
All right,
pandemic,
looks like we
everyone
might
else.
reclaim it.
But also, during that time, a month after we were closed, I endured a fire at the building.
Oh,
so
no.
I also had to pivot through those things, and that was very challenging for me. So going without, going from a 2-income household to now a 1-income household was definitely a struggle. But through that, we have definitely made it. We've overcome, and I think I could speak for every entrepreneur out here that it's not about where we are, but where we're going, and just
Exactly. It's about where we're going, not where we are.
the challenges
Exactly.
that are ahead of us or that we face today. And with that,
Exactly.
I decided to do a ribbon cutting when I reopened my business, and
Good for
Blending
her.
Downtown
Good
Inc.
for
has
her.
been just a
That's
great
awesome.
resource for me and my business. It has opened up many doors and opportunities for me. I have been able to be at a platform such as this today, and other things that I have had the privilege and honor of speaking with other people, like entrepreneurs such as myself. I do believe that working capital is very
All right, feels like
important
the SPY wants to reclaim this level. It's now above the 9 EMA, so we'll look for that to start possibly bouncing, or it's going to dump it now.
and also
So
being able to survive, you know, and being able to continue to have like products and that nature. Just recently, I had a client call me and tell me that unfortunately, because she normally comes every 2 weeks, that she will no longer be able to come as often as she could because of inflation and prices and different things like that. So it's been a challenge for her to be able to do her upkeep and her maintenance of her personal care that she normally would do. So a lot of people are definitely facing some challenges in this moment, but I do believe that at some point we'll be able to get through this and it'll be better on the other side of this. As far as the training, like I said with Bloom, they have helped me as far as education. They've helped me, and Sully has been a
Yeah, I am. I'm kind of just waiting right now because I'm looking for momentum. You know, I haven't made any trades today. I kind of was on the, I came into the day wanting to be patient. Maybe this afternoon, like there's a break there at that level, but it's not really worth me to take it because I could risk a big pop-up out of nowhere to VWAP.
I would love to be able to
You
offer
know,
a different
it's
variety
like,
of services.
you know, if I were to get short right here and then boop out of nowhere, just bang, like no, I want momentum. I want to take a trade that's like this, if not like $2-3 more. I want,
Just being able to have
it's Monday. I feel like it's still early in the week. I'm just being patient right this second. But yeah, we doing it.
Right now, I've kind of put a pause on it with everything that's going on. But at some point, I know
Let me see here. What am I doing? What am I doing? No.
Hi, I'm Sandy Weil. I'm the owner of that Brewing Company over in Hanover, so we're in the New York County area. Challenges to opening. I would say COVID was a big challenge. I mean, opening is difficult anyway, but COVID really threw us a curveball. I planned to open March of 2020. That did not happen. We opened 15 months later. I already had a full-time employee, so I had to pay him through all of that. I ended up having to shift some funds that I was going to do things. There's a lot of, like you said, pivoting that had to go on. But things have been great since then. I would say this year is a challenge with the continuing, I'd say the lingering.
Did you guys get that news? They're talking about ousting Kevin McCarthy as the leader, Senate leader or House leader.
Have increased in price, so it's difficult. I'm trying to maintain prices because craft beer is expensive compared to other beer. But you know, this is the challenge that we're facing. Right now, another thing that's really affecting me is the cost of money. You know, I have.
All right, let's see here. Those
things I get
just
pretty regularly.
things.
Months that my interest rate is going up again, and that's been going on for over a year now. So that makes it difficult. But I have plans to expand as well. At the end of last year, I was really looking into locations for a second tap room, but I really pulled back those plans and just hunkering down and sticking with this location and trying to build the business there. I do still plan on looking for another opportunity in the future, but just not right now. I did get some help from the Bloom grants. That was very helpful. It allowed me to increase my customer base. Hanover is looking to be a trail town, and we are very near where the trail will come into Hanover. So I had, as part of the grant money, I used it to get a bike repair station because we have a lot of bikers that use the trails, and it's right behind our building. It's attractive, and we have it on Google Maps, and you can see where it is. And we have a lot of use, even without the trail connected yet. We have a lot of people using it, which is really nice. And I also used it to get a stair lift. We have a rental space below our tap room, and there was a half a flight of stairs
On the sidelines.
or elderly people could not get down.
Sitting on the sidelines right now.
Stair lift, which is great now. Just one person can help people go down the steps, and it's worked out very nicely.
Let me see here.
I'm glad that the fall support is here.
What do we have here? Snow.
Because after the inflation and
Yeah, snow's getting dumped on.
that's what we're waiting for.
I'll be right back in 1 second, guys.
and figuring out workforce solutions and childcare. Really, I just appreciate you taking all the time here today. This is really interesting. I mean, I can take a lot of notes, a lot of things to think about. I know the chair shares that view. And so on behalf of the Fed, just thank you for taking the time to be with us.
Nope, I think that's it, guys. Look at him talking to Powell. That's so cool, man. I wish I could be like chilling right next to Papa Powell. Hanging out with Papa Powell, having lunch. Be like, so what do you think about Goldman Sachs? What do you think about what's his name? The guy that is in charge, the bald-headed guy. How do you think he's running Goldman Sachs? You think I should short? You think I should short, yo? Yo, Powell, should I short Goldman Sachs? I know you know. Yeah, man, you have a good one, Oozley. I'm about to get out of here, too. Getting ready to do some sports stuff. So, Oozley, I appreciate you stopping by. Let me turn this on for you, my guy. All right. Of course, it's going to be loud as hell. Yeah, I'm going to probably call it a day as well. This market's just going to sit in this range. I would not be surprised if we literally just run it right back up to 426 and sit at 426, sit around VWAP. Right? You haven't made...
Investigators say they're able to decrypt several key files in Ilya's cloud storage account, including a file listing all of the addresses within Wallet 1CG and their corresponding private keys. And that gives the feds access to more than 94,000 stolen Bitcoin.
Just throwing it out there, but watch, because again, you still have this volume to the downside. You got to get above
when the news breaks,
that 90 MA,
Bitfinex releases a statement saying it has a right to the money. Bitfinex will work with the DOJ and follow appropriate legal processes to establish our rights to a return of the stolen Bitcoin. But some of the customers believe the Bitcoin belongs to them.
I still am going to be trying to get a hold of these 15 Bitcoins because I truly believe they're mine. I can prove it through the blockchain explorers.
I still expect my Bitcoin back, and I don't see any reason why they would keep it.
Why would anybody question that I should get my money back? That was my property.
Ultimately, it's going to be a dogfight as to who gets this money. Whether or not the government gets to keep it, whether or not Bitfinex gets to keep it, whether or not the customers get it back. Anyone who tells you there's a clear answer is lying for their own benefit.
Every single one of you guys.
David Silver is a lawyer specializing in crypto disputes.
I would say the odds are best the government is going to keep this money. The government will try its best to give restitution to victims.
And look, they're talking about ProShares. They're the guys from ProShares on right now, who I actually want to see if I can get a sponsor through, if they will. Talking about Ethereum future ETF, guys. Look, I'll show you. Show you guys real quick right here. It's pretty cool.
ProShares. An asset management. 3 new ETFs right here at the NYSE.
Funny.
ProShares Ether Strategy
Oozley,
ETF.
you were
The
just
first
talking
ones.
about this, bro.
Ether ETFs. What's this all about?
Indeed, EETH is our Ether Strategy ETF. BETH is the Bitcoin Ether market cap weighted, and BETE, Betty, is the Bitcoin Ether
equal weight ETF. We're really pleased to bring them. We're the guys that brought you BITO. You and I were here 2 years ago. That's the biggest crypto ETF. Futures in an ETF works really, really well. You can buy it in your brokerage account, and we're trading nicely with really tight spreads today.
Speaking of Bitcoin, you run BITO. That's the biggest Bitcoin futures ETF. What is the status of the Bitcoin ETF? We're waiting for Gary Gensler, head of the SEC, to make a decision on this. When is it going to happen? Where are we at right now?
All we know is BITO, the BITO, is a futures-driven ETF with $1 billion in it. And it tracks spot real well, and you have the combination of regulated futures in an ETF. We think it's a great solution.
I'm going to get a better answer out of you on ETF Edge. Brian, big inflows continue into money market, short-term treasury ETFs. Investors are loving these 5% yields. It's real competition, but now we've seen big inflows into other things, short-term investment-grade corporate ETFs. Like the ultra short income one that you have there. Yeah. What's going on here? Why take the added risk of investment grade?
It's an attractive place to be right now. You can step out of cash. JPST's objective is to outperform cash by 40 to 60 basis points, so give or take about 0.5%. SEC yield right now is 5.38%. PM was emailing me over the weekend. He's buying one-year investment grade paper between 5.8 and 6.2%. It's a very attractive spot to be. Compared to the ag, you're getting 108% of the yield with only 10% of the duration. It's pretty attractive place to hang out.
Ag, of course, is a conglomeration of all the bonds in the United States. Is this a permanent change in consumer behavior? Are bond funds like these going to really pose really serious threat to stocks? It seems like it is. The money is staying. It's very sticky in these bond funds.
Maybe, but I think that they're just going back to playing their historical role in a portfolio where you want to have equities and you want to have your fixed income. And the fixed income was always the ballast to the portfolio, but there's still a lot of opportunity on the equity side. Obviously, JEPQ is an attractive strategy. It's the covered call on a growth basket, kind of the NASDAQ 100, still yielding 13%. So for those that are a little...
My point is the investors seem very unhappy with the risk-reward ratio, risk-reward return of owning stocks right now over bonds. Viewers keep telling me, Bob, I'm happy with my 5% right now. I know I can get more in stocks. I just don't feel it right now. That's the attitude right now. It worries them.
Yeah, worrisome, yes, but think about where we're coming from. 2022 was a really tough year. Markets rally heavily through the first part of this year, and so a lot of investors caught offsides. Maybe they've caught up on some of that. We've seen that catch-up trade happening a little bit. I think they want to grind to the end of the year and see if they can get that 5 or 6%, and that seems pretty attractive.
Thanks, guys. Much more on where the search for yield is heading. It's coming up on ETF Edge, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time, along with more on the Bitcoin ETF. I promise you we're going to have more on it. Brian and Simeon will be joined by Todd Stone. He's the ETF and technical strategist at Strategist. That's ETFedge.cnbc.com.
Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Bob Pisani. Coming up, we got more committee moves to talk about. The home builder Brian Belsky is buying. He'll tell you what that is.
Thank you, guys.
We'll do it next.